Chapter 2957. Not Giving Face. Yes, sir. Fei Jinling bowed and said. However, he was disdainful as he thought that he could bring Luo Xia and the others back. After leaving the restaurant, he immediately summoned the experts of the left Prime Minister's palace. Even the level 6 and level 7 martial immortals had to listen to him. However, he was only a level 4 martial immortal. This showed how powerful he was. Let's go to the imperial court. He led the experts forward in a grandiose manner, causing the entire 5-ring city to tremble. Senior brother, you're so cool. Looking at Fei Jinling, who had summoned the experts, the Jade Star Lady said with admiration. This is just the beginning. Fei Jinling looked at the top experts of Qingzhou and was filled with pride. He rode on a golden armored dragon colt and headed toward the imperial court. The 9 heavens of Qingzhou wants to see the third prince. Yes. Before he even arrived, a roar drifted out of his mouth. The ancient mountain where the imperial court was located was in an uproar. Fei Jinling was a rising genius of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Someone once said that Fei Jinling was the best in terms of opportunities. He was obviously an emperor-level genius who had risen like a comet. Fei Jinling, why have you come to the imperial court? Yes. Not long after, a large number of experts flew out from the imperial court. They were all middle-stage martial immortals, and there were many late-stage martial immortals among them. They were all the forces of the imperial court. In Qingzhou, once the imperial court moved, Qingzhou would be shaken. Among them, a woman in a long white dress walked over with graceful steps. She was as cold as a fairy. She was the third princess. When she walked out, all the light in the world seemed to be attracted to her. She was beautiful. Even Fei Jinling's expression changed. He was an ordinary person and was not qualified to see the third princess. Now that he saw her, he realized that the Jade Star Lady beside him was like a firefly compared to the third princess. What's the matter? Looking at Fei Jinling, the third princess said calmly. When Fei Jinling came to his senses, he smiled and said, I didn't expect the third princess to be such a beauty. How dare you? As soon as he finished speaking, angry shouts came from all around. No one had expected the flying gold plume to be so arrogant that he dared to flirt with the third princess. You've already joined the left Prime Minister's residence. You didn't come here just to see me, did you? However, the third princess was indeed a superior person. She did not get angry at all. She knew that the flying goldplume's strength wasn't bad. Even the White Tiger Divine Palace, one of the 4 great divine palaces in the 4-ring city, wasn't his match. The flying goldplume's strength could be ranked at the top of the Qing province. Of course not. But I'm still flattered that the third princess has come to see me personally. Fei Jinling also smiled faintly. He knew that his strength had increased greatly, so the legendary daughter of Emperor Qing had to give him face. At this moment, he was incomparably proud. Once upon a time, these overlords of the Azure Prefecture were existences that he had to look up to, and even if he looked up to them, he might not be able to see them in person. But now, he could speak face to face with an overlord of the Azure Prefecture. I'm here because I want 3 people. I hope that the third princess can give me face. If you agree, I, Fei Jinling, will owe you a favor. Fei Jinling continued, Of course, if the third princess wants me to join the imperial court, I can't do it because I joined the left Prime Minister's residence first. But since I owe the third princess a favor, as long as the third princess asks, I, Fei Jinling, will go through fire and water without hesitation. His words were filled with confidence, which made the eyes of the people of the imperial court flicker. The flying gold plume thought too highly of himself. The third princess didn't even say anything. How could he be so sure that the third princess would recruit him? Then, may I know who you want? At this moment, a middle-aged man spoke. It was 8th Ju. Fei Jinling looked at 8th Ju with disdain. He had naturally heard of 8th Ju's name, but he didn't take the current 8th Ju seriously. Luo Xia, Sun Bone, and Realger. Fei Jinling said faintly, Let the 3 of them go, and I'll owe the imperial court a favor. This will be beneficial to you. Dream on. Eighth Jew and the others immediately spoke. They didn't hesitate at all, because the three of them were captured by Lin Ling. If they handed them over, wouldn't they be disrespecting Lin Ling and giving Fei Jinling face instead? Therefore, this was 100 times impossible. I know. They're the people that Lin Ling wants to capture. But the third princess should reconsider. Between me and Lin Ling, who's more valuable? Moreover, you only want the three of them. The third princess won't fall out with Lin Ling. Fei Jinling said again. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can get them just because you want them? Get lost now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. Eighth Jew and the others spoke again. Who do you think you are? You're just a bunch of stubborn old men. Don't be fooled by your high cultivation level. In reality, your talents are only SOSO. It'll be difficult for you to break through in your lifetime. Can you compare to me? Moreover, even Meng Lu and Sakura from the imperial court are no match for me. Third princess, you should think about it yourself. Fei Jinling sneered. He wasn't afraid of Eighth Jew and the others because he had a large number of people from the left prime minister's residence behind him. Moreover, he believed that the third princess wouldn't offend him easily. Powerful geniuses shouldn't be underestimated. He, Fei Jinling, was going to Jiuzhou in the future while Eighth Jew and the others could only stay in Qingzhou. Third princess, what do you think? Fei Jinling asked again as he looked at Jade Star Lady. When he saw the latter's shocked expression, he couldn't help but smile. He knew that Jade Star Lady must have been shocked by his domineering aura. Of course, he retracted his gaze and looked at the third princess. He thought to himself, if I can get the third princess and Jade Star Lady, my life won't be in vain. Why are you so sure that I'll hand them over? At this moment, the third princess finally spoke. Because of my name, Fei Jinling. Fei Jinling lifted his chin and said proudly. Hearing that, the third princess couldn't help but smile. In fact, if you want the others, I might hand them over because of your reputation. However, it's a pity that it's impossible for the three of them. What a joke. Lin Ling's strength is on par with mine. Do you think the three of them will make things difficult for you? Hearing that, Fei Jinling's face turned ghastly pale. He felt that he had been defeated by Lin Ling again. You can go back now. Seeing that the four overlords are minding their own business, I'll ignore your ignorance. However, if you bring up the previous topic again, don't blame me for being ruthless. The third princess said again with a firm attitude. Third princess. Hearing that, Fei Jinling's eyes finally lit up. He had given her enough face. As long as the third princess let them go, he would owe the third princess a favor. However, who knew that the third princess would reject him so heartlessly? The reason was Lin Ling. Chapter 2958. Lin Ling had returned. But now, the flying gold plume didn't want to leave at all because he knew that the entire Qing prefecture was watching him. If he were to return in failure, then he would lose all face. Even the Jade Star Maiden would look down on him because he had boasted before that he would be able to easily take away 3 people. While his mind was filled with thoughts, disdainful voices rang out at an inappropriate time. Ha, oh flying gold plume, your face is obviously worthless. Some people thought that the entire Qingzhou would give them face after they made a name for themselves. In the end, they were given the cold shoulder. In my opinion, some people think too highly of themselves. Does he think he's Lin Ling? Just because he's Lin Ling, he's qualified to speak with the leaders of the major powers. He's not qualified. The people who spoke were Lord Eighth and the others. All of them were gloating. This made the flying goldplume's face reveal an ominous glint. Ever since his meteoric rise, he had never been so humiliated. Senior brother, let's go back. Lord Left Minister said that it's fine as long as we can get him, but it doesn't matter if we can't. However, what made Fei Jinling even more furious was that the Jade Star Maiden next to him also tried to persuade him. Her words seemed to be sympathizing with him, causing him to feel humiliated. However, even though he was strong, he couldn't shake the imperial court. Thus, he gritted his teeth and left. This time, Lord Eighth and the others laughed even louder. Their laughter was like a knife, ruthlessly cutting into Fei Jinling's heart. I can't accept this. Fei Jinling roared in his heart and strode away. However, after returning to Five Ring City, he still couldn't swallow his anger. After pondering for a while, he decided to go to the rainforest's sacred land alone without informing anyone. He wanted to bring the three of them back. He didn't believe that once the rice was cooked, the imperial dynasty would really dare to touch him. Moreover, even if the imperial dynasty was furious, the left minister would still attack. He, the flying gold plume, had the right to do so. The left prime minister would definitely not let anything happen to him. When he arrived at the sacred ground of the rainforest, he looked at the empty land. His gaze finally landed on two huge stone tablets. Beside the stone tablets was a person tied up. It was Xianxia. It's just three of them. How can I not bring them back? Looking at the ground, Fei Jinling's lips curled into a smile. Senior brother, don't be rash. The minister of the left said that it doesn't matter if we can't bring him back. But at this moment, a figure appeared beside him. It was the Jade Star Maiden. She quickly grabbed Fei Jinling. The left prime minister has indeed said so. However, he also expects me to complete the task. Now that I have failed, although the left prime minister will not say anything, I will not be able to put my face down. The warriors of Qing province will also laugh at me. The flying gold plume looked at the Jade Star Maiden unwillingly. What's the point? The third princess has already said it. If it was something else, she would agree. But this matter is impossible. This shows how important these three people are. Why offend Lin Ling for them? Lin Ling isn't someone to be trifled with. Everyone in Qing Prefecture knows this. Even the leaders of the major powers have to give face to Lin Ling. The Jade Star Lady explained clearly, bullshit. Lin Ling again. Lin Ling again. Who does he think he is? Who knew that it would have been better if she hadn't said anything? After she did, the flying gold plume seemed to have lost its mind. Save me. Save me. Xianxia shouted weakly. Don't worry. If I want to save someone, no one can stop me. If you anger me, I'll turn Qingzhou upside down. The Heavens Prime Minister said arrogantly. He waved his right hand and a gust of wind enveloped the huge stone tablets. Then he strode back to Qingzhou. Senior brother. The Heavens Prime Minister looked at the Heavens Prime Minister and panicked. She had a feeling that the Heavens Prime Minister was in trouble. Although she felt that the Heavens Prime Minister was powerful, she still felt that Lin Ling was more powerful than Lin Ling. Meanwhile, the flying golden feather continued to move forward while laughing loudly. It was incomparably domineering as it carried the two stone tablets through the sky, shocking all of Green Province. What happened? That expert seems to be one of the 9 Heavens Prime Ministers. I heard that he went to the imperial court to ask for them but returned in disgrace. Did he take them away by force? How arrogant. He's the second person after Lin Ling to not give face to the Heavens Prime Minister. At this moment, the ancient Qing province was moving. Everyone gasped. Lin Ling was in front of them and the Heavens Prime Minister was behind them. Both of them were the overlords of Qingzhou. What? At this moment, the people of the imperial court also received the news. They were all furious. The Heavens Prime Minister thought too highly of himself. Was he trying to provoke the imperial court? The Heavens Prime Minister defeated by Xiaoyang from Four Ring City. He's strong, but he's too arrogant. Even the third princess was furious. She didn't expect the Heavens Prime Minister to be so arrogant. Third princess, Lin Ling should be back soon. If he sees this when he returns, he'll be furious. So, we must bring the 3 people back before he returns. Many people in the imperial court said. That's for sure. I'd like to see if the left prime minister and the Empress Dowager dare to step in when I, the third princess, attack the Heavens Prime Minister. The third princess looked into the distance coldly. She knew that the Empress Dowager was the one who gave the order to get the 3 people back. The Empress Dowager was the mastermind behind the left prime minister's residence. What's going on? You look like you're facing a great enemy. At this moment, a figure walked over under the bright sun. His blue robe fluttered in the air and he was extremely dazzling. Lin Ling. Everyone laughed excitedly when they saw the person who suddenly appeared. Although they knew that Lin Ling would return, they didn't expect him to come back at this moment. When they saw Lin Ling's return, it was as if they saw Grandma Wendao. In the imperial court, Lin Ling's status was comparable to Grandma Wendao and the third princess. Even the third princess couldn't help but laugh. She shouted, "Master! I've already said that I haven't agreed to accept you as my disciple." Lin Ling smiled. He walked down from the sky and landed on the Green Mountain. Lord 8th, Chi Yuhu, and the others looked at Lin Ling. They realized that Lin Ling's cultivation had reached level 2 martial immortal realm. Although his cultivation wasn't high, Lin Ling gave them a great pressure. The current Lin Ling would probably only be a match for the most powerful people in Qingzhou. Then, they roughly explained what had happened in the past 3 years. However, when they talked about Sunbone and the other two, their expressions changed. They stared at Lin Ling as if they were afraid that Lin Ling would be infuriated. However, Lin Ling was stunned. Then he smiled calmly. He wasn't angry at all. "What a bold junior. Don't worry, I'll settle this myself. Moreover, I'll go and collect some old debts." Chapter 2959. None of your business. If it was in the past, he would have asked the imperial court for help. But now, he could solve it himself. He was even looking forward to meeting the last few people from the 9 heavens, as well as the few experts behind the scenes in Qingzhou. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in shock. They realized that Lin Ling was very calm. He was confident that he could control Qingzhou easily. Shaoli, go ahead." At this moment, a faint voice was heard. Lin Ling knew that it was Grandma Wendao. Apparently, Grandma Wendao was also curious about Lin Ling's current level. "Tell me the whereabouts of that face-something guy. Also, tell the left Prime Minister that I've killed him for him. I won't pursue this matter with him because he knows how to do it. But next time, if you really want to make a move on me, ask the person behind this to come out." Lin Ling had already decided to leave. He smiled and said to the third princess. Moreover, he had also decided to settle the matter of the Sovereign Marquis and Lane Manor. "All right." The third princess nodded. She looked at Lin Ling's departure with excitement in her eyes. She suddenly felt that whether she could become the Emperor Qing depended on Lin Ling. She couldn't help but admire Grandma Wendao even more. That was because she was the one who recommended Lin Ling to her. Lin Ling is back. Sakura, Meng Lu, and the rest should be out of seclusion. The third princess said again. Currently, the imperial court had 3 heavens. They had the strongest potential among the 4 magnates, especially Lin Ling. He was the flag of the imperial court. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking towards the Flying Gold Plume's residence. As for the left Prime Minister's residence, they had also received news that the Flying Gold Plume had forcefully taken someone away. The left Prime Minister was furious and smashed the table into pieces. "This Flying Gold Plume doesn't respect me at all. I've already said that if he can bring someone back, he will. If he can't use force. Isn't this forcing Lin Ling to go against the left Prime Minister's residence?" Currently, the third princess has the strongest son of heaven's fate. Moreover, she has many experts. If the Empress Dowager doesn't step in, the third princess will definitely become the Emperor Qing. This is obviously not the right time to go against the imperial court. "Sir, it's best to ask the Flying Gold Plume's residence." The others also chimed in one after another. "My lord, bad news. Lin Ling is back." Suddenly, an anxious voice could be heard, causing the faces of the magnates to change. "Damn it. Why does he have to come back at this time? What did Lin Ling say?" The left Prime Minister's expression was extremely ugly. Although he wasn't afraid of Lin Ling, this wasn't the right time to go against the imperial court. Moreover, he had witnessed Lin Ling's courage. In the 8 Gods' heavenly palace, he dared to provoke the leader of the magnates when he was only an early martial immortal. Such a person could do anything when he was angry. He said that this matter has nothing to do with the left Prime Minister's residence. He won't hold it against the left Prime Minister's residence for the time being. He also reminded us that the next time we attack Lin Ling, it's best to let the mastermind step in. The person said with a terrified expression. Hearing that, the magnates heaved a sigh of relief. Even the left Prime Minister was the same. However, his expression was still ugly. A mere Lin Ling dared to speak to him in such a tone. He didn't put the left prime minister in his eyes at all. When the others came to their senses, their eyes turned red with anger. It's okay. We'll bear with it for now. As long as the Empress Dowager gives the order, we can attack Lin Ling. The left prime minister gritted his teeth and said. At that moment, Lin Ling was walking along the five-ring city. Before he reached Fei Jinling's residence, several figures caught up with him. They were Sakura, Meng Lu, and Xian Linglong. I've already said that I can deal with this matter myself. Seeing their arrival, Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Bullshit, second brother. How can I miss out on such a lively event? I've long disliked the flying golden plume. If I wasn't in seclusion, I would like to see how powerful this guy is. Sakura immediately said. In fact, he could have been in seclusion for a longer time. However, after hearing the news that Lin Ling had returned, he immediately came out of seclusion. Lin Ling glanced at his brother and found that Sakura had reached level 4 martial immortal realm. Moreover, his aura was vigorous. It seemed that his true god martial spirit had undergone some changes. That's right. If we're talking about the most monstrous genius in Qingzhou, I'm only convinced by Lin Ling. Even if the others are rising like comets, they're still useless. Meng Lu also said with a smile. His strength had also greatly increased. Looking at Xian Linglong, she was also the same. If that's the case, let's go together. Anyway, it's not a big deal. Lin Ling said indifferently, however, I'll deal with Fei Jinling myself because he's touched my reverse scale. Alright. The three of them nodded. The place where the flying gold plume was located was a majestic palace. At this moment, many experts from various places had arrived and were flattering him happily. For the experts, Fei Jinling was the future of Qingzhou. If they didn't flatter him now, when would they? Rumble. However, Lin Ling arrived and smashed the entire palace into pieces with a gentle slap. Fei Jinling, right? I, Lin Ling, am here for you. His casual words resounded in Five Ring City, causing the entire city to move. The authoritative figures also started to pay attention to this place. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant and find Fei Jinling so calmly. Could it be that Lin Ling ignored all the hidden experts in Qingzhou? I knew that Lin Ling would definitely come back. Fei Jinling is too arrogant. He's obviously provoking Lin Ling. How can Lin Ling not do anything? Among the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, excluding the 4 most mysterious ones, Lin Ling is the strongest. The news of Lin Ling destroying the palace spread like a snowball in Qingzhou. That was because Lin Ling was too overbearing. He was afraid that no one in Qingzhou would know that he was back. In fact, the reason why Lin Ling was so arrogant was because he wanted to lure out the hidden experts of Qing Prefecture. After all, apart from the leader of the 3 magnates, he didn't care about the rest of the experts who had revealed themselves. However, Qingzhou was vast. The real experts weren't as simple as they looked. Lin Ling knew that very well. Lin Ling, you're Lin Ling? You've gone too far. Can't you talk things out? Why are you messing with us? A large number of experts rushed out from the broken palace. There were initial martial celestials and middle martial celestials. They all looked at Lin Ling furiously. It's none of your business. Lin Ling floated in the sky and smiled coldly. He didn't say anything and turned into a meteor to attack those experts. Rumble. With one punch, the experts who were dissatisfied were all smashed into pieces. They couldn't be stopped. Not to mention the current Lin Ling, even if Lin Ling was in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, he wouldn't be afraid of those old monsters. Seeing that overbearing punch, the remaining experts didn't dare to say anything. In fact, although they were angry, they didn't dare to go too far. Chapter 2960. Azura's Arm. I don't like to listen to nonsense. If words can't solve a problem, I'll solve it with my fists. Who else is unhappy? Lin Ling floated in the sky, waved his fist, and looked indifferently at the ambitious and ruthless people. I don't care about this anymore. Your Excellency Lin Ling, do as you wish. The heroes pondered for a moment and left the place. What a joke. If they continued to nag, Lin Ling would kill them. They had also heard of Lin Ling's arrogance in the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. In addition, with Lin Ling's status in the imperial court, offending Lin Ling was the same as offending the imperial court. Therefore, they were not stupid. However, they watched from afar, wanting to see how the two comet-like geniuses would clash. One was the most monstrous genius in the past, Lin Ling. The other was the comet-flying golden plume who rose after the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. There was no doubt about their strength, but who was stronger? I think the flying golden plume is stronger. After all, he defeated by Xiaoyang of the White Tiger Divine Palace. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Lin Ling also killed the Azure Dragon King. Discussions could be heard at the same time. Even Indra, Meng Lu, and the others were chatting with each other in a carefree manner. Meng Lu, how many moves do you think Lin Ling will take to win? Within 10 moves, Lin Ling will kill the flying golden plume. 10 moves? I think 3 moves. The two of them talked without restraint, causing everyone to look at them in awe. They knew that these two were not to be underestimated among the 9 heavens of Qing province. On the ground, the flying golden plume had already appeared, looking coldly at the sky. He did not expect Lin Ling to come, and he did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Especially when he heard the conversation between Meng Lu and the others, he was so angry that his face turned gloomy. He had defeated by Xiaoyang before, so how could he be defeated in 3 moves like this? Senior brother, why don't you apologize? What makes him even angrier is that the Jade Star Maiden beside him also thinks highly of Lin Ling and actually wants him to apologize. Shut up. The flying gold plume could no longer hold back. You're called Flying Gold Plume, right? I have no enmity with you, but you forcefully took my people away. Don't you know that this is provoking me? At this moment, Lin Ling's voice rang out. So what? Fei Jinling raised his head and said with a strong aura. Nothing. I just feel that you're so weak yet so arrogant. Don't you think you're courting death? Lin Ling said calmly. Bullshit. When the flying gold plume heard those disdainful words, he was so angry that he roared. I know that you've had a fortuitous encounter in the Eight Gods' heavenly palace, and that has boosted your confidence. You want to stand tall in Qingzhou and tell everyone that life is full of ups and downs. I don't object to that, but I don't understand. Do you think you'll be famous in Qingzhou after taking my people away? Lin Ling said again. When he saw the flying gold plume sneering, he continued, It's better to be down to earth on the path of martial arts. You can reach the heavens in a single bound, but not too many. Nonsense. Didn't you, Lin Ling, reach the heavens in a single bound? Hearing that, the flying gold plume sneered and said disdainfully. Hee, it seems that you still don't understand. Do you think that I, Lin Ling, reached the heavens in a single bound? I've fought countless battles in Qingzhou, and I've risen step by step. Hearing that, Lin Ling shook his head. I've said that you talk too much nonsense. If you only rely on your mouth to become one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, then you'd better admit defeat. The flying gold plume smirked and said indifferently. When he saw Lin Ling shaking his head, he thought that Lin Ling couldn't refute him. This made him feel ashamed. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Ling shook his head because Lin Ling felt that there was no need for him to nag anymore. They said that you can defeat me in 3 moves. I think that's a joke. In 3 moves, I want you, Lin Ling, to be defeated. Moreover, I want the entire Qingzhou to witness this earth-shattering battle. The flying gold plume floated up, and his realm essence surged like the water of the heavenly river. I did have a fortuitous encounter in the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. When I defeated the master of the White Tiger Immortal Mansion, I didn't use my full strength. Now, I'll show Qingzhou how powerful I am. Behind him, a blood-red light shot up into the sky, forming circles of light ripples that enveloped the entire Qingzhou. At the same time, an arm floated up from behind him. This arm was covered in blood, as though it had just been cut off. However, the moment he appeared, the flying gold plume's aura changed. As he moved, the blood-red light turned the sky into a blood-red color. A large number of buildings in the 5-ring city exploded instantly, forming an indescribable pressure field. Around them, the faces of the old monsters changed drastically. What arm is that? I'm afraid it's a very high-level divine body. Everyone felt that it was difficult to breathe. They guessed that this was a pressure that came from the innate talent. Unless their cultivation was higher, or their ultimate martial Tao was stronger, they wouldn't be able to resist the pressure. You're quite capable. Even Meng Lu's eyes flickered. The pinnacle of the divine body. Sakura also guessed. He didn't expect that although the flying gold plume was arrogant, he was indeed capable. The two of you aren't blind. At this moment, the flying gold plume spoke faintly, but his expression was extremely mysterious. He knew that everyone in Qingzhou was curious about what kind of divine body he had obtained. Lin Ling, are you afraid now? However, the flying gold plume didn't intend to reveal the answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling and sneered. Azura's arm. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling shook his head and said, So, this is your trump card. This undoubtedly caused the flying gold plume's heart to thump. Originally, he thought that Lin Ling would treat him seriously and be wary of his divine body. However, who knew that Lin Ling had guessed the origin of his divine body and was still so calm? So what? Lin Ling, I know that you've cultivated the Azura sword formation before. However, do you know that the master of this sword formation is the Azura King? When your sword met my Azura's arm, it was as if it met its master. Are you afraid? Do you regret it? Since Lin Ling knew about it, the flying gold plume didn't intend to hide anything. He stepped forward and said, Do you know? I'm already very strong. However, in the eyes of the people in Qingzhou, I'm only as strong as you. What makes you think you are? So, this is the reason why you're courting death. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head again and said, However, if you want to know what makes me think I am, I'll tell you. The realm-devouring beast appeared behind Lin Ling, causing the wind and clouds in the sky to rumble. Now that his godly demon body was enhanced, his physical strength was extremely terrifying. He quickly shot towards the flying gold plume like a ferocious beast in the sky. Trash talent. Chapter 2961. Defeated with a single punch. If you want to defeat me with that talent, let me tell you, you're still too young. The most terrifying thing was that the flying gold plume had used the Azura arm for the first seal. In the sky, the blood-red color began to surge like a sea current and turned into a huge blood-red palm. It followed closely behind the flying golden plume and grabbed at Lin Ling. At that moment, the palm was like the Azura King. So powerful, the flying gold plume's strength has greatly surpassed the four symbols' holy mansion master. Seeing that, the people were shocked. The flying gold plume was one of the most demonic geniuses in Qingzhou. Although he had only been famous for a short period of time, even shorter than Lin Ling, he deserved the title. Maybe Lin Ling won't be able to defeat him. Someone said. It was the Marquis of Sovereign Justice and other top powers. Obviously, they had also come because of the fame. Especially when they saw Lin Ling's terrifying aura, their faces turned pale. That was because they felt that Lin Ling was like the arrival of Emperor Qing. However, after seeing the flying gold plume's bloody palm, their confidence was boosted. The flying gold plume should not be weaker than Lin Ling. The peak divine body was definitely worthy of its reputation. Moreover, it was the Azura King's arm. If the flying gold plume obtained the other arm of the Azura King and even the complete body of the Azura King, the flying gold plume would have the chance to become a god. Under countless gazes, the two figures collided violently. Rumble. The intense power of the collision directly broke the five-ring city. Sakura and Meng Lu looked grave. They realized that they had underestimated the flying gold plume. It might be difficult for Lin Ling to defeat the flying gold plume in 3 moves. Even within 10 moves, they would be evenly matched. Both of them are emperor-level geniuses. They can defeat a rank 6 martial immortal when they are only initial stage martial immortals. I wonder who is more powerful in this collision. Many old monsters said solemnly. Rumble. However, as soon as they finished speaking, a figure crashed onto the ground like a meteor. The ground of the five-ring city was like waves, rolling out layer by layer. Boom. In the end, A huge crater that looked like it was hit by a meteorite appeared and it kept cracking. Do you want to know why? Just based on this. At the same time, a figure floated above the huge pit, waving his fists, telling the people in the pit that he relied on his fists. As for that figure, his blue robe fluttered in the wind. It was Lin Ling. One move. At this moment, everyone was shocked, unable to believe the result before their eyes. Even Dreamflow and the others were the same. Originally, they had estimated that Lin Ling could defeat the Flying Golden Plume in 3 moves. However, the Flying Golden Plume had obtained the arm of Shunming Demon God, which changed the situation of the battle. Even they felt that it would be difficult for Lin Ling to win. However, they now knew that they had overestimated the Flying Gold Plume and underestimated Lin Ling. That was because he only needed 1 move to defeat the Flying Jinling. Lin Ling landed on the ground and then floated up, holding a figure in his hand. It was the Flying Golden Plume. At this moment, his chest had been penetrated by a punch. He kept vomiting blood and his face was extremely pale. However, his eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Lin Ling. Impossible! How could this be? He had such powerful talents. How could he be defeated by Lin Ling in 1 move? You're really stupid. Even the residence of the left Prime Minister doesn't dare to provoke me. Why did you come here to seek your own death? Look around and see if there are people from the residence of the left Prime Minister. Lin Ling held the Flying Golden Plume and said calmly. The Flying Golden Plume looked around. However, there were no people from the residence of the left Prime Minister. He suddenly recalled the residence of the left Prime Minister's instructions. If he could get the person, he should do so. If he couldn't, he should give up. Do you understand now? Because they are also afraid of me. Lin Ling said again when he noticed the Flying Golden Plume's gaze. Lin Ling looked calm and said, You think you're powerful because you have the peak divine body. However, all of this is child's play to me. You can't even take a punch from me. You'd better not be one of the 9 heavens in Qingzhou. Hearing those words, the Flying Golden Plume's eyes trembled. Why is Lin Ling so powerful? Unfortunately, your talents are not limited to this. If you keep a low profile, you will have a bright future. Continue. The Flying Golden Plume finally panicked because of what Lin Ling said. He was not in a hurry to provoke Lin Ling. In the future, he might be able to surpass Lin Ling. However, he was in too much of a hurry. No! Continue! He shouted out a single sentence. Bang! However, Lin Ling gave him a punch and destroyed him. Blood splattered on the ground like rain. The Flying Golden Plume had the peak divine body, but so did Lin Ling. The Flying Golden Plume's cultivation was at level 4 martial immortal realm. However, Lin Ling's 3 dantians had merged together. His strength was at level 6 martial immortal realm. Coupled with the strength of his physical body and the power of the universe, the Flying Golden Plume could not withstand a single blow. Looking at the blood splattering from the sky, the crowd was shocked. Lin Ling was too domineering. He defeated the Flying Golden Plume with a single blow. This straightforward result was far beyond their imagination. As they stared at Lin Ling, the crowd realized that the young man in the sky was majestic and he looked down on the world. Among the 9 heavens of the Qingzhou, Lin Ling is still ranked 5th. Fei Jinling has accumulated a lot of experience and is an unparalleled divine talent. However, compared to Lin Ling, he is still inferior. Meng Lu muttered to himself with a trembling voice. This guy is so strong that even I can't see through him. I wonder if he is using his full strength or 80% of his strength. Sakura shook his head helplessly. The crowd looked at Lin Ling and did not dare to say a word. Senior Lin Ling, the Flying Golden Plume's matter has nothing to do with me. I will bring the Sand Thorn and the other 2 out immediately. At this time, the Jade Star Maiden hurriedly said. She was deeply afraid that Lin Ling would also kill her. Then she ran towards the distance, using her Jieyuan to drag the 2 huge stone tablets and Luo Sha Thorn, quickly running out. Lin Ling. When Luo Sha Ci saw Lin Ling, his face turned extremely ugly. He looked around and his face turned ashen instantly. Although the Flying Golden Plume had saved him, he had a feeling that the Flying Golden Plume could not save them. It seemed that it was true. You can't run away. Lin Ling walked towards Luo Xianxia with a calm expression. Luo Xianxia clenched his teeth. This junior from the 8 Gods' heavenly palace could easily take his life now. If Luo Xianxia wanted to capture him alive, none of the magnates in the Qing prefecture would dare to stop him. This change made the Sand Thorn feel like he was dreaming. Senior Lin Ling, this matter has nothing to do with me. At this moment, the Jade Star Lady still did not dare to look at Lin Ling. She bowed and said, revealing a large patch of her snow-white chest. I know. You can leave now. Lin Ling glanced at her and said indifferently, Thank you, Senior Lin Ling. However, my name is the Jade Star Lady. I admire Senior Lin Ling the most. I wonder if you can do it. The Jade Star Lady's face turned red. She finally looked at Lin Ling and said, Although the flying golden plume was dead, if Lin Ling took a fancy to her, her future would be magnificent. Get lost. However, Lin Ling said coldly. The Jade Star Lady's face froze. Lin Ling asked her to get lost? Chapter 2962. She didn't dare to resist. This guy. The Sakura shook his head helplessly. Lin Ling didn't know how to be gentle with women. If I repeat what I said a second time, you will die. Lin Ling ignored the Jade Star Maiden and said again. The Jade Star Maiden felt that she had lost all her face. She gritted her teeth and flew towards the sky. She had taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms, but she had received such treatment. Her dignity seemed to have been humiliated. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Lin Ling hated people like her the most. When the flying gold plume was strong, she tried to curry favor with him. Now that the flying gold plume was dead, she tried to curry favor with him. Lin Ling already had a wife and children. Even if he didn't, he wouldn't even look at the flying gold plume. The people around and all the martial artists in Qingzhou were looking at Lin Ling. They were still silent, but some people started to leave quietly. Marquis Sovereign, do you want to leave? However, just as those people were about to leave, Lin Ling had already spoken. This made the Marquis Sovereign, who was hidden in the crowd, tremble. His expression turned ugly. Come out. What kind of person are you to hide? Before the Marquis Sovereign could speak, Lin Ling spoke again with a calm expression. However, although his words were calm, they were like brilliant heavenly might. If the Marquis Sovereign wanted to come out, he had to come out. This kind of arrogant and overbearing attitude undoubtedly infuriated the Sovereign Marquis. However, he couldn't do anything. This was because he had already fought with Lin Ling in the 8 Gods' heavenly palace. He knew how ferocious this guy was. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being heartless. Although you are a formidable person in Qingzhou and can shake the entire Qingzhou with a single move, if I, Lin Ling, want to touch you, I'm afraid you won't have any power to resist. Lin Ling said again. As soon as this sentence was said, Lin Ling was like the leader of a giant. Moreover, this calm voice floated in the sky of Qingzhou, causing the expressions of countless people to change drastically. The dignified Marquis of Sovereign Heaven had met Lin Ling. Could he only be humiliated like this? Lin Ling, what's the matter? The Sovereign Marquis knew that Lin Ling had already targeted him. He had no choice but to come out. Therefore, he endured the humiliation and walked out step by step. You came out too late. Give me a bow. Lin Ling looked at the Sovereign Marquis calmly and suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice narrowed his eyes. Lin Ling was arrogantly telling him to bow? Veins immediately popped out on his forehead, and his eyes turned red. However, when his gaze met Lin Ling's, he realized that Lin Ling's gaze had turned cold. Sorry I'm late. For some reason, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice bowed. Perhaps he was really afraid of that pair of eyes. The experts around were shocked. Even the giants of Five Ring City were shocked. They didn't expect that when the Marquis of Sovereign Justice met Lin Ling, he wouldn't dare to resist at all. He would do whatever Lin Ling wanted him to do. This change made them feel that it was very unreal. This was because even if the Marquis of Sovereign Justice exchanged a few blows with Lin Ling, or even resisted a few words, it would have been good enough. However, there was no resistance at all. Very good. Lin Ling wasn't surprised by the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's attitude. This person was ambitious and knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Naturally, he wouldn't confront him head-on. Moreover, Lin Ling also knew that if the Marquis of Sovereign Justice confronted him head-on, then Lin Ling would be able to beat him up like a dog. In fact, Lin Ling was also looking forward to the Marquis of Sovereign Justice being arrogant. Unfortunately, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice didn't dare to be arrogant. In the past, when I went to the two commanderies for the first time, you stopped me halfway and asked me for a person. Now, where is that person? I want her back from you. Lin Ling said again with a faint smile. Threatening the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was as easy as drinking water. Hearing this, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's face turned ferocious, but he held it in. He smiled and said, Queen Xianxia disappeared a long time ago. I haven't been able to find her. Lin Ling, I didn't do anything to Queen Xianxia, so I hope you won't target me. At the end of his sentence, he bowed and saluted. However, the humiliation in his heart turned into a monstrous wave, especially when Lin Ling talked about the past. At that time, Lin Ling was like an ant in his eyes. But now he was the ant. Lin Ling already knew that the Marquis of Sovereign Justice failed to capture the Queen of Xianxia. However, he shook his head and said, I don't care about that. Since you took her away from me, you have to return her. As for how you're going to bring her back, that's up to you. Hearing this, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice raised his head and gritted his teeth. If he knew where Queen Xianxia was, he would have caught her a long time ago. So, Lin Ling's request was even harder than reaching the heavens. Don't test my patience. When I, Lin Ling, am really angry, no one can save you. Not the 4 magnates behind you, not the 99 crown princes, not the left prime minister, not even the prime minister. Lin Ling said again. His tone was filled with authority. He said it in front of everyone in Qingzhou. He didn't give anyone face. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. Even the leaders of the overlords hiding in the Qing prefecture were stunned. Their expressions turned ugly after that. Was Lin Ling trying to tell everyone that the leader of the magnates was nothing but a fart in his eyes? I don't know. I really don't know. Lin Ling, don't force me. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice was completely flustered. It seems like you really don't know any better. Lin Ling took a step forward and appeared in front of the Marquis of Sovereign Justice. He looked down at him and slowly stretched out his right hand, wanting to slap him. Seeing this, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice immediately unleashed his boundary essence. Try it. However, just as the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was about to resist, Lin Ling stared at him, causing the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's expression to change. He immediately retracted all his boundary essence and didn't dare to resist at all. Slap. A slap landed on the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's face. Aren't you very arrogant? You kept provoking me. Where is your confidence now? Didn't you ask me to hand her over? Now, where did that arrogance go? Aren't you someone that the Emperor Qin values? Why isn't your father here? Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of the slap was like thunder. It landed on the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's face, causing his face to turn green and red. He wanted to resist a few times, but in the end he endured it. That was because he didn't know if Lin Ling would kill him. However, if he resisted, Lin Ling would definitely kill him. The magnates of Qingzhou didn't appear at this moment. Obviously, they were also afraid of Lin Ling. Therefore, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice knew that he was alone and helpless at this moment. What a tragedy! He was slapped in the face just like that. He didn't even dare to resist. Seeing that refreshing scene, many old monsters sighed and shook their heads. In front of Lin Ling, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was like a slave. Lin Ling, you're very impressive. You came back so arrogantly. Do you want to move the powerhouse behind Qingzhou? You don't know that if you're too arrogant, you'll become a thorn in their side. However, at this moment, someone finally appeared. Chapter 2963. The 9 heavens of Qing province announced the arrival of Imperial concubine Shi. The person in the sky was a delicate beauty. She wore a long pink dress and had a slender figure. Her long hair draped over her back and was gently tied up with a pink ribbon. Behind her, there was a mist of clouds. She was incomparably beautiful. Her appearance was so beautiful that it was impossible to look at her directly. This time, everyone was greatly shocked. This was because they had never seen this woman who could make the sun and moon lose their light. However, they were certain that since this person had arrived at such a critical moment, his strength was definitely at the top of the azure state. It's her! Sakura and the rest all reacted because that was the Shi Fei they saw in Wake Dragon Palace. You're finally here. However, when he saw Shi Fei, Lin Ling's expression didn't change at all. You think I'm arrogant, but have you ever thought that I did it on purpose? Hearing Lin Ling's words, Shi Fei's eyes flashed. She thought that Lin Ling didn't know the depth of Qing province, so he was arrogant. But who knew that Lin Ling was doing it on purpose? This made her unable to guess Lin Ling's intentions. Was it the imperial dynasty's idea? For a moment she fell silent. However, the sovereign Marquis's eyes kept flickering as if he had seen his savior. Marquis of Sovereign Heaven, you are very happy, right? Someone has finally come to save you. However, you don't seem to know who she is. Then let me tell you. She is Shi Fei, one of the 9 heavenly emblems of Qing province. She is also one of the 4 hidden heavenly emblems. Rumor has it that she is an expert who has talked to Qing Di. Lin Ling turned to look at the Sovereign Marquis. The Sovereign Marquis was overjoyed. The most mysterious 4 out of the 9 heavens of the Green Prefecture were so strong that they were almost as strong as the leader of the magnates. With the help of such experts, Lin Ling would definitely be helpless. But let me remind you, it's useless even if she comes. You stay here. After I deal with her, I'll catch up with you. However, Lin Ling said such a sentence and said it so casually. This time, the Sovereign Marquis's heart was pounding. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to defeat the most mysterious 4 people? Even the surrounding people were shocked. Lin Ling gave them the feeling that he had long known that this would happen. At this moment, not just them, even the giants couldn't see through Lin Ling. How was this Lin Ling a young genius? He was more like the Azure Emperor. Lin Ling's arrogance was naturally intentional. He walked toward Shi Fei and said, Shi Fei, this seems to be the first time we've met, but you seem to be targeting me. Shi Fei quietly looked at Lin Ling. She discovered that Lin Ling's strength had increased, but it wasn't enough to make her fear him. Therefore, she guessed that there must be someone behind Lin Ling. I'm just following orders. Shi Fei also spoke. She wanted to let the person behind Lin Ling know that she also had someone behind her. Lin Ling stopped in the sky and said calmly, I see. You probably want to kill me too, right? Unfortunately, although I don't know who's behind you, I know that his actions aren't good. What's wrong? Shi Fei frowned slightly, but then she heard Lin Ling laugh. Because he's killing you. As soon as these words came out, Shi Fei's eyes narrowed. You're saying that the person behind you wants to attack me? That mysterious grandma? She obviously knew that the person behind the imperial court was Grandma Wendao, and she was naturally afraid of Grandma Wendao's strength. However, after hearing her words, Lin Ling's calm face revealed a smile. Haha, I really don't know what you're thinking. Do you need the person behind the imperial court to attack a mere Shi Fei? You think too highly of yourself. I don't have anyone behind me, just me, and I'm enough. You're not talking in your sleep. Hearing this, Shi Fei was stunned in disbelief. People also couldn't believe it. The most mysterious 4 great heavenly gifts had appeared, and Lin Ling actually said that he was enough. In Qing, even a 10-year-old child knew that the more low-key and mysterious a heavenly gift was, the stronger it was, and the more famous it was, the weaker it was. Do you think I'm joking? Now, I'll give you one last chance. Apologize for what happened last time and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die today. Lin Ling spat out these words calmly, but his words were filled with murderous intent. Hearing this, Shi Fei couldn't help but laugh. Her laughter was so beautiful that it made the world lose its light. Even people were surprised by Lin Ling's words. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to kill Shi Fei? He must be bragging. Don't tell me you want to kill me with one punch. Shi Fei said jokingly after laughing loudly. In the past, she had fought with Lin Ling, so she knew how powerful Lin Ling was. Now, she believed that Lin Ling was no match for her at all. That's not it. I'm not that arrogant. Lin Ling smiled and replied calmly. His words made people nod. That was the truth. However, at the next moment, Lin Ling's voice floated out again. If one punch can't do it, one sword can. Boom. Everyone's hearts exploded. What was the difference between one punch and one sword? Wasn't it just one move? Lin Ling had defeated the flying Jinling with one move, which had already shocked many people. However, he wanted to defeat the most mysterious heavenly gift with one move? That was simply a fool's dream. Lin Ling didn't wait for Shi Fei to speak again. His right hand had already touched the sword behind him. Seeing this, Shi Fei's eyes flickered. She had touched that sword once in the Wake Dragon Palace, and it was a little strange. Of course, she was too careless at that time. She didn't think that the sword could kill her. Moreover, the sword was double-edged. It could kill both the enemy and oneself. With Lin Ling's strength, he definitely couldn't control that sword. In the end, he would be playing with fire. Lin Ling, you're too confident in yourself. I'll fulfill your wish. After killing you, I still want to go back and drink. My wine can't be cold. Shi Fei was indeed the most mysterious genius. Although she was much stronger than Lin Ling, she wouldn't underestimate her opponent, nor would she reduce her aura. Terrifying world essence gushed out from her body. Treasure light clashed. That mysterious energy was extremely shocking. Moreover, her cultivation realm was also revealed. It was the 5th level of the martial immortal realm. Sure enough, she hid her strength in the Wake Dragon Palace. This woman is very strong. She has mastered the power of the realm, the power of the universe that can destroy everything. Sakura and Meng Lu had seen Shi Fei before, so they knew how terrifying that woman was. There was no doubt about the strength of someone who could be invited by Emperor Qing for a night chat. Warm wine moistens the throat. Cold wine is indeed a favor. I hope you can really drink warm wine. Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword in his right hand and the best jade talisman he had obtained from the Wake Dragon Palace in his left hand. That was an attack talisman that could increase his strength. That was because he knew that Shi Fei couldn't be underestimated. If I, Shi Fei, want to drink wine, Emperor Qing can't stop me. Shi Fei also roared. She looked like a beautiful woman, but she was as domineering as an ambitious person. Her hands became as clear as jade, but she didn't show her talent. That was because her talent wasn't very strong. She was only at the 10th level. Her strength came from her realm. Chapter 2964. 1/to kill. Warm the wine, kill Lin Ling. When her aura reached its peak, an indescribable power bloomed from Shi Fei's body, making her seem like the Azure Emperor, the Son of Heaven. The Stare of Courage. This was a type of deity's power, able to destroy any type of attack. In the distance, the third princess and the others were also watching the battlefield with grave expressions. In Qingzhou, apart from a limited number of people, it was rare to see the power of the Stare of Courage. Now, it finally bloomed in Qingzhou. The power of the Stare of Courage was domineering and could destroy the universe. In the sky, the dark clouds were all destroyed, revealing the void of the universe. However, the void of the universe also shattered like glass. Within it, a jade-like palm slapped towards Lin Ling. Flames, frost, lightning, and gales roared around the jade-like palm. That palm seemed slow, but it carried the power of the universe's laws. It instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. The power of heaven and earth that was activated by that palm made their hearts palpitate. She was no longer a delicate beauty. She was simply a goddess of war, a majestic goddess of war. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression turned grave. He held the sword in his hand, and all his essence, energy, and spirit surged. In addition to the power of the jade talisman, the headless elder appeared behind him, and it seemed to have merged with him. It seemed slow, but in fact, it only took an instant. No one saw Lin Ling, as everyone was attracted by Shi Fei's jade-like palm. Die! Finally, a cold voice floated out from Shi Fei's mouth. Her jade-like palm was dazzling, and her courage was unparalleled. Looking at the palm that covered the sky, Lin Ling shouted and slashed with his sword. The tyrant song in his hand was dazzling, and demonic aura surged. Clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. The five-ring city, which was originally in ruins, exploded with a shockwave. Bang bang bang. Countless people were overturned, and the weaker ones were killed by the shockwave. Meng Lu and the others were sent flying as well. They sensed Valiant's aura. That should be the stairway of courage. It was indeed as terrifying as the rumors said. However, their eyes were still glued to the front, deeply afraid that they would miss something. Finally, a clear and melodious sound resounded. A huge sword collided with the jade palm in the sky, and the sword was blocked. However, cracks quickly appeared on the jade palm, and after an entire breath of time, it was actually slashed apart by the sword. After the jade palm was broken, the sparkling and resplendent sword light immediately passed over Shi Fei's neck. Shi Fei's eyes froze there. Her heart rumbled. The power of rank? As for the scene in the sky, it was as if it had been frozen. Qingzhou was silent, millions of people were silent, and the entire city was shocked. Shi Fei, one of the four most mysterious heavenly blessings of the Qing province, controlled the Stair of Courage and brandished her strongest attack. She originally wanted to kill Lin Ling, but at this moment, she stopped abruptly. This was like a war song, incomparably impassioned, resounding, shocking, and inspiring. However, at the most crucial moment of the performance, the strings broke, and the music ended. This was like warming wine. Before the wine was warmed, the person had already passed away. It was too sudden. The world became quiet, this scene becoming still. One sword strike, just one sword strike. Wasn't this sword strike a little too terrifying? This guy has entered the 4th place of the 9 heavenly blessings of the Qing province. After a moment of silence, Sakura's voice came out softly, but it was shocking. Hearing that, everyone in Qingzhou looked at the sky. There, the young man stood facing the wind. His blue robe was like clouds, and his long hair gently floated over his shoulders. His gaze was calm, and he maintained the posture of brandishing the sword with one hand. In front of him, Shi Fei stood there lifelessly, her eyes staring at that huge sword. She suddenly wanted to say something. Perhaps she wanted to say, "Why are you so powerful? How is this possible? Your sword has the power of rank." Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything. She finally raised her white jade-like hand and pointed at Lin Ling. Die! Without waiting for Shi Fei to do anything else, Lin Ling directly slashed down from the sky. For someone who wanted to kill him, even if it was a beauty, he wouldn't be merciful because he had given her a chance before. Boom! That sword directly beheaded the #1 beauty of Qingzhou. This scene made everyone's hearts tremble. What an awe-inspiring sword! What a sharp sword! From now on, there was one less person among the 9 heavenly blessings of Qingzhou. Moreover, it was one of the most mysterious heavenly blessings. The silence finally stopped. Next, there was an uproar in the entire city. Those excited voices came from the martial god barracks, the resplendent academy, and the imperial court. Everyone was excited, and their bodies were trembling non-stop. Lin Ling had killed Shi Fei, which meant that Lin Ling had officially stepped into the ranks of the top in Qingzhou. Thinking back to Lin Ling and everything else, they felt like they were dreaming. As for the leaders of the various powerhouses, their expressions changed drastically. They never expected that even the powerful Shi Fei couldn't block Lin Ling's sword. Qingzhou was obviously going to change. Plop. The sovereign marquis sat on the ground powerlessly, his face incomparably pale. Even Shi Fei couldn't save him? When did Lin Ling become so powerful? As for Lin Ling, he had already walked down with his sword on his back. Where is Queen Qianji? It was still the same topic, but it was mixed with a domineering tone. It was as if he was telling Qingzhou that he was treating the sovereign marquis as a slave. Who in Qingzhou was not convinced? I don't know. The sovereign marquis raised his head and replied weakly. You will know. Big brother, take him back. Lin Ling said calmly. He wanted to take the sovereign marquis away in front of Qingzhou. Lin Ling, the Empress Dowager wants you to see her. However, at this moment, an ethereal voice sounded in the sky of Qinzhou. It was like a brilliant heavenly might. Lin Ling's rise had finally alarmed the Empress Dowager. Even the third princess of the imperial court in the distance frowned at this moment. However, Lin Ling ignored the voice in the sky. Little Kunlun appeared and tied up the sovereign marquis. He took the Luosha thorn and the 2 stone tablets and left just like that. Lin Ling, the Empress Dowager wants you to see her. The voice in the sky suddenly became angry. Lin Ling finally stopped and looked at the sky calmly. However, in the next moment, his eyes became cold like a storm. Let the Empress Dowager remember that I, Lin Ling, will take revenge for the rainforest's sacred land. If she wants to see me, she can come here herself. After saying that, Lin Ling moved forward again. Boom. This sentence and this action once again alarmed Qinzhou. Let the Empress Dowager come here herself. This was provoking the Empress Dowager in front of Qinzhou. How dare you? In the sky, the ethereal voice was obviously even angrier. Talk more and I'll kill you. Lin Ling did not even look at the sky and continued moving forward. However, his voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, causing the voice in the sky to become silent. This guy has grown to the point where he can face the great Qin God dynasty. At this moment, everyone's breathing quickened as they watched Lin Ling leave step by step. Today, Lin Ling had left them with too much shock. After Lin Ling disappeared, Qinzhou continued to be in an uproar. Although Lin Ling was brave, everyone knew that the impact and consequences of Lin Ling today had only just begun. It was fermenting and was about to turn into a storm. Chapter 2965. I'll give you a chance. What an arrogant guy. Many people couldn't calm down as they recalled the scene not long ago. They would never forget the battle today. Rumble. At this moment, there was a loud rumble in front of them as dust rose into the sky. Everyone saw that Lin Ling was moving forward with the 2 stone tablets. Along the way, he destroyed the city wall of 5 Ring City as if Lin Ling wanted to get rid of everything that stood in his way. The city wall of Green State had a long history and was probably tens of millions of years old. Now that it was destroyed by Lin Ling didn't put the great Azure God dynasty in his eyes again. This guy. The third princess and the rest gasped. In the depths of the great Azure God dynasty, the hidden experts were enraged. As expected of second brother. Sakura laughed excitedly and caught up with Lin Ling. Lin Ling walked out of Green State, passed through the chaos and finally arrived at the sacred ground of the rainforest. Bang bang. 2 stone tablets fell from the sky and shocked the sacred ground of the rainforest. The Sunbone and Realgar were trapped in the stone tablets. At this moment, they weren't dead, so they knew what was happening outside. However, they didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful now. He barged into Green State and brought them back. After this, no one in Green State would dare to save them. Thinking that they would be trapped in the stone tablets for the rest of their lives, they wished they could die immediately. Luosha, it's your turn. Lin Ling looked at the Luosha thorn and spat out a sentence indifferently. Plop. Luosha was originally standing, but he knelt down in fear and kept kowtowing. Lin Ling, please spare me. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. It's too late. Lin Ling started to form barriers with both hands to seal Luosha. He had already shown mercy to the latter. If Luosha didn't seek death and let Realgar destroy the sacred ground of the rainforest, Luosha would definitely be alive now. You must be regretting it. Barriers landed on Luosha's body, making him tremble. However, he kept nodding. How could he not regret it? Originally, he didn't need to suffer such torment. He only needed to avoid Lin Ling forever. Unfortunately, he was courting death. With Sunbone and the others accompanying you, you won't be lonely anymore. Without waiting for the Luosha thorn to speak any more nonsense, Lin Ling bluntly blasted out the final barrier, completely sealing the Luosha thorn. The 3 stone tablets were placed in the rainforest's sacred land, as if they were apologizing to the people of the rainforest's sacred land. As for the 3 people trapped in the stone steel, they had to endure inhumane torture every single day, every single moment, and every single breath. Lin Ling, you're a true man who dares to love and hate. Seeing Lin Ling's actions, many people from the imperial dynasty appeared in the sky and muttered to themselves. This is a true martial artist of my generation. You destroyed my world, so I want you to live and die here to repent. Even many experts in Qingzhou were paying attention to this scene. In their hearts, Lin Ling had already become someone who could never be provoked. Sovereign Marquis, you still have one more chance. After dealing with the Luo Sha thorn, Lin Ling looked at the Sovereign Marquis calmly. At this moment, the Sovereign Marquis was trembling all over. The previous encounter with the Luo Sha thorn had scared him. Plop. The Sovereign Marquis quickly knelt down and kowtowed. Lin Ling, don't kill me, please don't kill me. The sound of his kowtowing was like thunder, deafening to the ears. A large number of people had gathered around the rainforest sacred land. They looked at the Sovereign Marquis who kept kowtowing and sneered. They also didn't expect that the Sovereign Marquis of the Great Qing dynasty would kowtow to Lin Ling in front of thousands of people. It was even more embarrassing than when Lin Ling slapped him in the face. I'll give you one more chance. Go and find Queen Xianxia. Lin Ling looked down at the Sovereign Marquis and said. The Sovereign Marquis' eyes lit up, and he kowtowed even harder. He didn't know that the reason why Lin Ling didn't kill him was that he had left the Sovereign Marquis to Queen Xianxia. Queen Xianxia and the Sovereign Marquis had a grudge against each other. Queen Xianxia had saved Lin Ling in the past, so Lin Ling wanted to repay her kindness. I promise you that I will bring Queen Xianxia back within 3 years. The Sovereign Marquis raised his head and looked at Lin Ling solemnly. All right, I'll wait for you for 3 years. Lin Ling nodded. 3 years was sometimes like 3 days to a martial artist. Seeing Lin Ling nodding, the Sovereign Marquis was secretly surprised. As for Lord 8 and the others, they were a little confused. Was Lin Ling not afraid that the Sovereign Marquis would escape? In fact, the Sovereign Marquis had the same thought. After escaping from Lin Ling, he swore that he would never come back. If you can find Queen Xianxia, I will reward you even more. On the other hand, Lin Ling walked forward and a palm-sized bone fragment appeared in his hand. This bone fragment was mysterious and gave off a feeling of the ancient era, ancient and weathered. Everyone seemed to have heard the roar of a dragon. Bone of the dragon god? Among them, the ancestor dragon's body continued to tremble. She was the incarnation of a dragon, so she naturally felt the pressure from the broken bone. Dragon bone? The Sovereign Marquis was stunned for a moment, and his face was filled with joy. Lin Ling didn't kill him, but gave him the dragon bone? While he was still in shock, Lin Ling sneered. He had already set up a large number of enchantments around the dragon bone in his hand. Then, he slammed it into the Sovereign Marquis' chest. The terrifying power caused the dragon bone to merge into the Sovereign Marquis' body. He let out a painful roar, and his face was covered in cold sweat. However, he didn't dare to resist. In the end, the dragon bone disappeared into his body. Okay, after we find Queen Xianxia, this dragon bone is yours. Now, you can leave. Lin Ling said calmly as he retracted his hand. The Sovereign Marquis stared at Lin Ling and asked, What did you do to me? Nothing, I just let you have the dragon bone. You can leave. Lin Ling turned and left without explaining. This made the Sovereign Marquis' face extremely gloomy. He couldn't see through Lin Ling at all. In the end, he gritted his teeth and left. After the Sovereign Marquis left, everyone gathered around. Sakura frowned and said, Second brother, why did you let him go? If he leaves and disappears in Jiuzhou, it will be difficult for us to find him. Yeah. The others were also suspicious. According to Lin Ling's personality, he wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. He can't escape from my hands. Yes. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, The main reason why I let him find Queen Xianxia is that I'm not happy. 3 years later, if he can't find her, the dragon bone will explode and his soul will be destroyed. At the end of his sentence, Lin Ling's eyes flashed coldly. How could he let the Sovereign Marquis go so easily? In fact, when the dragon bone entered the Sovereign Marquis body, the Sovereign Marquis was already under Lin Ling's control. No matter where he was, Lin Ling could sense him. In fact, with just a thought, Lin Ling could turn the sovereign marquis into ashes. This was because Lin Ling had already set up a powerful enchantment around the dragon bone. This was a type of enchantment called the Gui Water Feng Array. It gathered thousands of enchantments and was extremely powerful. Chapter 2966. Find Queen Qianji. Moreover, that old monster had only used the universe wolf bone as the base of the formation, while Lin Ling had used the dragon bone, which was of a higher level. He was certain that there were very few people in the 9 provinces who could break this spirit formation. In the past, Lin Ling was not strong enough, so he could not control this barrier. But now it was extremely easy. I see. Sakura and the others nodded. They knew that Lin Ling was not a fool. Let's go back. It's time to see grandfather and the others. Then Lin Ling used the time and space divine steel and brought everyone to the flame world fragment. Without a doubt, when the group of experts arrived, the flame world fragment was also alarmed. Especially Yu Yu, Ancestor Tai Yen and the others, when they saw Lin Ling return, they were all overjoyed. Great, the culprit who destroyed the rainforest's sacred ground is only the Empress Dowager left. After hearing Lin Ling's summary of what happened, Ancestor Tai Yen immediately said with relief, I am still a bit away from the Empress Dowager's strength, but it won't be long before I catch the Empress Dowager. Lin Ling said with a smile. That night, the Evil Flame sect was also very lively. After the banquet, the imperial court people left. Lin Ling, Sakura, and the others still stayed in the flame world fragment. Lin Ling took out a large amount of dragon bones and gave them to Sakura, and taught him how to refine them. Sakura's underworld god bones also had the powerful aura of dragon bones. As for Qing state, everyone was waiting for the appearance of a storm. However, the great Qing divine dynasty was unusually silent. Even though Lin Ling had rejected the Empress Dowager's invitation, the Empress Dowager did not appear to punish Lin Ling. Clearly, the experts of the great Qing divine dynasty had their eyes on the emperor's mandate. Because of this, they did not dare to provoke Lin Ling for the time being. However, this also caused an uproar in Qing state. Lin Ling's name swept across Qing state like a storm. It was as if he was the leader of the 5 magnates in Qing state. However, when people thought that Lin Ling would use his fame to rise in Qingzhou, Lin Ling disappeared without a trace again. This made many people recall what Lin Ling had said in the 8 Gods' heavenly palace. He was not interested in the position of Azure Emperor. In reality, Lin Ling had always been in the Flame World fragment, accompanying his family and teaching the people of Evil Flame sect. During this period of time, his cultivation had also stabilized. However, if he wanted to step into a higher realm, he would need a lot more cultivation resources than he could imagine. The fusion of 3 dantians was indeed powerful, but the disadvantage was that it was very difficult to cultivate. As for the 4th dantian, Lin Ling still lacked a foundation, so he could only strengthen his martial arts. As time passed, his fire universal power had reached 70%. Of course, Lin Ling had also tried to refine the dragon bones. However, his godly demon body was still in a saturated state and could not absorb the dragon bones. Dragon bones, the bones of the dragon god, were not ordinary body refining treasures. Naturally, it was even more difficult to absorb. Lin Ling guessed that unless he had the right time and place, such as a powerful lightning strike or a suppressive force, he could use it to refine the dragon bones. Of course, if a martial artist had a strong physical body, they could also help him refine the dragon bones. Unfortunately, these conditions were rare. As for martial artists with strong physical bodies, it was even more difficult. Therefore, Lin Ling could only give up on absorbing the dragon bones for now. Father, I have comprehended the power of chaos. When he was free, Lin Ling also constantly gave pointers to Lin Yi. What made Lin Ling sigh was that Lin Yi's conditions were much better than his. This was because when Lin Ling and Lin Yi were at the same age, he did not even have the World King realm. However, Lin Yi's growth conditions had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that Lin Yi's cultivation speed was faster. The downside was that Lin Yi lacked the tenacity of Lin Ling, who had been through many hardships. Therefore, Lin Ling planned to let Lin Yi go out to temper himself after a while. Lin Yi's strength is not strong. Won't it be dangerous for him to go out to temper himself? Yu Yu was a little worried. Jade cannot be made into anything without being polished. Sometimes you should let him fly. Lin Ling shook his head. He did not want to spoil his son too much. Hearing this, Yu Yu could only nod. At this time, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. Not bad, the sovereign marquis has found Queen Xianxia. That's great. Queen Xianxia helped you in the past. Today, you have returned her a favor. Yu Yu was immediately overjoyed. However, the sovereign marquis is very cunning. Obviously, he will not listen to my orders obediently. You look after the house. I will go out for a while. Lin Ling seemed to be able to see what was happening on the sovereign marquis side. He sneered. After saying this, he left the fragment of the flame world and headed towards the east border. At this moment, the east border was as vast as the sea. It had countless realms. The Great Freedom World was not famous in the east border. However, there were many strong people here. Of course, during this time, the Great Freedom World had welcomed a large number of strong people. They were searching for a woman, causing the entire world to be in turmoil. To the people of the Great Freedom World, asking them to listen to the orders of strong people was undoubtedly humiliating them. However, when they wanted to resist, they realized that those strong people were very powerful. They were like gods that they could only look up to. In the end, they compromised. Those strong people even told them that if they could find that woman, they would be rewarded handsomely. Therefore, all the martial artists in the world started to move. They were very excited because the rewards from the gods were definitely not light. The appearance and aura of that woman also spread across the entire world. My lord, this world has been sealed by us. Queen Xianxia will not be able to escape even if she has wings. Within a palace in the Great Freedom Realm, a large number of people were standing there. They were all martial immortal level experts. On the leader's seat, an ambitious and ruthless man was sitting majestically. He was awe-inspiring as he looked down on the common people. You must find her, the man said coldly. He was the sovereign marquis. In the past 3 years, he had been searching for Queen Xianxia. In the end, he found that Queen Xianxia was hiding in the Great Freedom World. This allowed the knot in his heart to finally be untied. Of course, he would not hand Queen Xianxia over to Lin Ling. The reason why he looked for Queen Xianxia was because he wanted to use her to threaten Lin Ling. The dragon bones have greatly increased my strength. Did Lin Ling really not do anything to the dragon bones? The sovereign marquis said again. Ever since Lin Ling injected the dragon bones into his body, his bones had turned into dragon bones. He could easily destroy a world with a wave of his hand. His strength had also increased by more than 50%. This was an unexpected surprise. However, he was afraid that Lin Ling might have done something to the dragon bones. Therefore, he did not have the appetite to eat or drink. It has been 3 years. My lord has been investigating the dragon bones. He has also asked many seniors. They all said that the dragon bones are extraordinary. However, they do not have the concerns that you think they have. At this time, an old man said to the sovereign marquis. His words made the sovereign marquis feel relieved. Because as the old man said, in the past 3 years, he had been asking the experts of the 9 prefectures to help him investigate the dragon bones. He had even gone bankrupt because of it. However, other than being envious of the dragon bones, those experts did not find anything wrong with the dragon bones. Chapter 2967. Lin Ling had arrived. It seems that I was too suspicious. However, Lin Ling, I don't know if I should thank you or hate you. Right now, I've fused this dragon bone with my talent and formed the Qingzhou Dragon Cauldron. Although my realm essence didn't increase, my physical strength has reached 70 realms. I'm afraid that even if you appear in front of me now, you might not be able to kill me. The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven controlling smiled confidently. Now that he had the dragon bone, he might be able to transform into a dragon god in the future. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but stand up and roar towards the sky. The sound of a dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. The great freedom realm was in turmoil. The cultivators of the Great Freedom Realm were all shocked and knelt down on one knee. To them, the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven controlling was undoubtedly a god. With a single breath, the Great Freedom Realm could collapse. "My lord, I found it." At that moment, someone let out a cry of surprise, causing the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven controlling's eyes to light up. "Tell me where it is." "It's in the east, a village called Wuxia village." Someone knelt down in front of the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven controlling and said excitedly, "Good, you have done a great service. It won't be long before a martial immortal realm expert will be born in your realm." The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven controlling waved his sleeve and stood up majestically. The next moment he disappeared from where he stood. "My lord is mighty." Everyone knelt down and became even more excited. So powerful, he must be an expert from the 9 provinces. The experts of the Great Freedom Realm were both excited and proud because the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven controlling was in a good mood. Not only would he guide them in martial arts, he might even recruit them. They felt that it was their fortune to be able to be under the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven controlling. Instantly, one by one, they puffed out their chests as if their names would shake the 9 provinces in the future. Wuxia village was an ordinary village in the Great Freedom Realm. The people in the village also practiced martial arts, but they weren't very strong. A long time ago, a beautiful woman came here and lived in seclusion in the village. However, one day the village was besieged by a huge number of demonic beasts, and the entire village was in danger. That mysterious woman finally made a move, and let everyone know that this beautiful woman was actually so powerful. It was because of this that the news spread out quietly. "Queen Xianxia, how are you?" A loud and clear voice suddenly rang out in the sky above the village. Hearing that voice, the expression of a woman wearing cotton clothes in the village changed and she let out a sigh. Last time, when she unleashed her full strength, she knew that it would definitely bring about trouble, and now it seemed that it was indeed the case. "Marquis of Sovereign Heaven, I didn't expect you to find this place." That woman slowly walked out. She was Queen Xianxia. She knew that if the Sovereign Heaven Marquis could find this place, it would be impossible for her to escape. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice's eyes lit up as he stared at Queen Xianxia. Although Queen Xianxia's clothes were ordinary, her natural beauty brought out another kind of beauty. "Why hide from me? I don't want your space-time steal anymore. From now on, follow me." Looking at Queen Xianxia, the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven governing Marquis thought of the past. They were geniuses of the same generation, and he used to like Queen Xianxia. "Lin Ling has already fallen. In Qingzhou I am the king. That's why I have the power to find you," the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven said again. His words made Queen Xianxia's eyes light up. Seeing this, the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven knew that Queen Xianxia must be very worried. He smiled again and said, "If you follow me, I promise you that I will let Lin Ling go." "You're not lying to me, right?" Queen Xianxia frowned and said. She had not returned to Qingzhou for a long time, and she did not know what had happened there. Therefore, she believed the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis's words. Of course, the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis nodded solemnly. In fact, he had already decided not to return to Qingzhou. Although he was not afraid of Lin Ling now, he felt that Lin Ling was too mysterious. Therefore, he decided to wait until he transformed into the dragon god before returning. "I promise you." After thinking for a while, Queen Xianxia finally nodded. "Don't worry. I owe you in the past. In the future, I will make it up to you." Seeing this, the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis said gently. However, Queen Xianxia snorted coldly. In the past, the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis had annihilated her tribe. She would never forget this grudge. Although she was following the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis now, she would also find a chance to take revenge. "Let's go." The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis smiled meaningfully. How could he not know what Queen Xianxia was thinking? Unfortunately, Queen Xianxia did not have the chance. Moreover, if Queen Xianxia became his wife and had a child, what was done could not be undone. Queen Xianxia would not want to kill him anymore. The Great Freedom Realm, the other home of the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis, was not bad. The two of them walked into the distance and returned to the most powerful sect in the Great Freedom Realm. When the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis and Queen Xianxia returned, flattery could be heard. "My lord and this lady are a perfect match. Why don't we get married today?" An old man suddenly said with a smile. He looked at the crowd and asked, "Everyone, am I right?" The Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis smiled faintly. These cultivators from the Great Freedom Realm were smart. He immediately looked at Queen Xianxia and said, "Queen Xianxia, you should know how I treat you. So, let's get married. When we have a family, I don't want to go back to Qingzhou anymore. Let's forget about our past grudges." His words seemed calm, but in fact they were full of threats. What he meant was that if she did not marry him, he would go back to Qingzhou. When he met Lin Ling there, Lin Ling would most likely die. Bastard! Queen Xianxia gritted her teeth when she heard the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis's words. However, when she thought of the little guy that she had not seen for a long time, her heart softened and she finally nodded. Lin Ling had made an agreement with her. Lin Ling would help her improve her talent and she would protect Lin Ling. However, during that period of time, she also treated Lin Ling as her best friend. Especially when Lin Ling was threatened by the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis, he would rather die than hand her over. She was extremely touched. Therefore, this was the last thing that she would do for Lin Ling. "Okay, inform the entire realm that today is the day of my lord's wedding." The cultivators from the Great Freedom Realm were very good at flattering. They immediately became noisy. In an instant, this ancient sect was extremely lively. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in the Great Freedom Realm. It was Lin Ling. His soul power quietly spread out and covered the entire realm. He immediately discovered the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis and Queen Xianxia. "Long time no see, Queen Xianxia." Looking at the familiar figure, a calm smile appeared on Lin Ling's face. In the past, in order to help him, Queen Xianxia used herself as a bait to bring the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven Marquis away. Lin Ling had always remembered this favor, and now Lin Ling could repay it. He could even help Queen Xianxia take revenge. Chapter 2968. Immortal? The Sovereign Marquis actually refined the dragon bone. Looks like this guy asked for help from some ancient experts. Lin Ling sensed the increase in the Sovereign Marquis' strength and immediately smiled disdainfully. The Sovereign Marquis thought that his strength had increased, but he didn't know that even though he had become a god, his life was in the hands of Lin Ling. "Not bad, my physical strength has increased. Just nice, just nice." Then Lin Ling suddenly thought of something. It had been a long time since he had met someone with such a strong physical body. He hoped that the Sovereign Marquis could help him refine the dragon bone. Thinking of this, Lin Ling strode toward the fairyland-like sect. After an unknown amount of time, when Lin Ling appeared at the foot of the mountain, the experts of the sect stopped him. These people were wearing long green robes, and their auras were otherworldly, as if they were immortals. Of course, this was in the eyes of outsiders. In Lin Ling's eyes, these people were ants. The Mahasvara Immortal sect is not recruiting disciples now. You can leave. One of the middle-aged men looked at Lin Ling indifferently. He saw that Lin Ling was young and thought that Lin Ling was here to be apprenticed. Recruiting disciples? Hearing this, Lin Ling was stunned. He didn't expect to be taken as a disciple. Isn't that the case? I am the Celestial Taoist, the strongest immortal in the Mahasvara realm. However, if you want to join my sect, your foundation is not enough. The middle-aged man glanced at Lin Ling contemptuously and waved his sleeve. You should leave. You are not fated to be an immortal. That's right. If you want to practice martial arts, you must have immortal fate. Young man, you are not qualified. Don't be discouraged. Not everyone can join an immortal sect, so failure doesn't mean anything. That's right, that's right. Ordinary people like you should accept your fate. The young men around the middle-aged man also said indifferently. They puffed out their chests as if Lin Ling was an ordinary person and they were noble immortals. I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head and walked up the mountain. This action undoubtedly caused everyone to frown. This mortal really doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Does he not know his own worth? Impudent, do you think our Mahasvara Immortal School is your home? The sage-like middle-aged man was also very unhappy at this moment. He thought that after Lin Ling was rejected, he would definitely kneel down and beg for mercy. But who knew that Lin Ling was disdainful throughout the entire process? Looks like I have to teach this unappreciative junior a lesson. With a wave of his sleeve, surging realm origin astral wind blew, as if it had changed the seasons of this world. It was extremely magical. Master, you're amazing. This is the primeval immortal wind. I've also been bitterly cultivating this martial art. Unfortunately, I can't grasp the essence of it. I didn't expect Master to be able to summon the immortal wind with a wave of his hand. Voices of admiration could be heard from the surroundings. However, on the steps of the mountain gate, after the celestial wind blew, the blue-robed figure still walked up. Throughout the entire process, he did not even frown. As for the sage-like middle-aged man, he wanted to use this opportunity to teach his disciples a lesson. But now he was tongue-tied. Bang! Lin Ling had already appeared in front of him. He grabbed him by the neck and slammed him into the ground, causing the entire immortal mountain to shake. Puchi! The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately lost the ability to resist. His face was extremely pale. Immortal? Lin Ling did not even look at him as he strode forward. He couldn't even be bothered to kill such an ant. As for the middle-aged man's disciples, each of them had their mouths wide open. Their immortal master was now beaten like a dog. How dare you be so arrogant in our Mahasvara Immortal School? What happened at the mountain gate immediately spread throughout the entire Mahasvara Immortal School. Experts came out in droves. Some were riding immortal cranes, some were riding white tigers. The immortal aura was ethereal, as if a Daluo immortal had descended upon the world. Seeing this, Lin Ling laughed sarcastically. These weaklings loved to put on an act. They were not strong, but they thought they were immortals. Get down from here. He spat out a sentence, and the sound waves rolled out. In the sky, the immortal cranes were so frightened that their feathers fell. The white tigers trembled and left the people on them behind. All of them ran away. Bang, bang, bang. Those immortals fell to the ground one by one, their faces covered in dirt. I'm here to look for a friend. You ants should stop blocking my way. Even if you don't feel embarrassed, I feel embarrassed for you. Not wanting to waste any more time, Lin Ling had already strode forward. The entire sect was silent. Those white-bearded old men no longer had their sage-like demeanor. Their eyes were all red with anger. That young man was not old, but he was as fierce as a tiger. He stepped on them like they were dogs. Dream on. Our sect has immortals beyond immortals. You're going to die for causing trouble here. The sect leader of Mahasvara Immortal School roared. Immortals beyond immortals? They're just my former slaves. Lin Ling's voice floated over from the front. He had already arrived at the immortal palace-like main hall. At this moment, the main hall was packed with people. Everyone was preparing for the wedding. Bang. However, the door was kicked open by Lin Ling, and he swaggered in. Everyone stopped what they were doing, as if they were in a dream. This was because an ordinary-looking young man had suddenly come and kicked the door open. What the hell was going on? Sir, he forced his way in and said that he wanted to see a friend. He overestimated himself and is courting death like trash. Brother! While everyone was shocked, the sect leader also followed in, pointing at Lin Ling and roaring. Everyone looked at the Sovereign Marquis. The Sovereign Marquis was sitting on the main seat. He wanted to enjoy the rest of his life, but Lin Ling's sudden arrival stunned him. The myriad worlds were vast and boundless. He, the Sovereign Marquis, had thought that if he disappeared into the myriad worlds, Lin Ling would never be able to find him. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would appear just like that? Don't panic. He is indeed my friend. Calm down. The Sovereign Marquis suppressed his shock and said calmly. His words shocked everyone from Mahasvara Immortal School. They did not expect this young man to know the powerful Sovereign Marquis. However, Lin Ling did not even look at the Sovereign Marquis. Instead, he looked at Queen Xianxia, who was wearing a red bridal robe. Not bad. You can finally show your face in a bridal robe. His calm voice drifted out. Queen Xianxia was still in a daze, as if she did not believe that Lin Ling would come. She only reacted after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Ling smiled and spoke before her. You have been hiding for a long time. It must have been hard on you all these years. Today, I'm here to take you away and fulfill your wish. But the sovereign marquis is here. Queen Xianxia was grateful for Lin Ling's kindness, but she looked at the sovereign marquis seriously. Isn't it better for him to be here? However, Lin Ling shrugged, as if telling Queen Xianxia that the sovereign marquis was here to understand her thoughts. Chapter 2969. I'll let you have 100 moves. Don't worry, he's just a servant. Lin Ling said again. Lin Ling, that's enough. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice finally shouted. He could embarrass himself in front of everyone, but he could not embarrass himself in front of Queen Xianxia. The servant of the past has become much bolder today. I can see that your strength has increased greatly. Why don't I give you a chance? I won't attack you within 100 moves. If you can kill me, I, Lin Ling, will leave immediately. Lin Ling smiled calmly. His words made everyone's pupils dilate. If he didn't fight back after 100 moves, even a real deity would be killed. Moreover, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was a deity. Lin Ling, you're crazy. Queen Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Don't worry, he can't hurt me. Lin Ling waved his hand and looked at the Marquis of Sovereign Justice calmly. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He admitted that Lin Ling was terrifying in the past. He was no match for him in a head-on clash. However, not fighting back after 100 moves was a different concept. Moreover, his strength had increased greatly. He might really be able to kill Lin Ling. Are you sure? The Marquis of Sovereign Justice stood up. Do I need to be sure of such a small matter? However, Lin Ling softly spat out a sentence. His words made everyone in the Great Freedom Realm think that Lin Ling was too arrogant. This was unparalleled arrogance. Sir, if he wants to die, let him be. We'll help you. Beside the Marquis of Sovereign Justice, the elites who followed him from Qingzhou all shouted. In their opinion, this was the best time to kill Lin Ling. Come at me together. However, Lin Ling was fearless. All right. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice was afraid that Lin Ling would change his mind. He waved his hand, and the elites around him all attacked. Rumble. All kinds of powerful martial arts exploded out, as if they were trying to flip over the Great Freedom World. The martial artists of the Great Freedom World were like cicadas in winter. These methods were simply the methods of a god. Lin Ling. Queen Xianxia floated up and shouted worriedly. The earth continued to crack. Lin Ling was directly smashed into the earth by the powerful martial arts, causing him to suffer a little injury. However, he was overjoyed. Just as he had guessed, the dragon bone was beginning to be absorbed by the god-devil body with the help of external forces. However, it still wasn't enough. Only by using physical attacks could the dragon bones absorb more energy. Bang! Stomping on the ground, Lin Ling soared into the sky and waved his hand at the people of the world. Still too weak. It's like a mosquito bite. Show me something stronger. This guy. Everyone opened their mouths wide. Then, they unleashed their unique skills once again. Rumble. The power of the universe surged, and the Great Freedom World was completely shattered. It collapsed, causing everyone to float on the giant rocks. Still weak. Did you guys not eat? But soon, Lin Ling's voice floated out again. Go to hell. The people were completely enraged. Lin Ling took their attacks head-on and still had the mood to laugh at them. It felt as if they were the ones being beaten up by Lin Ling. Then more powerful attacks were unleashed. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the powerful martial artists were panting heavily. They had used up all of their world essence. Queen Xianxia was worried. Just as she was about to shout, Lin Ling had already appeared. He even had a bottle of wine in his hand. As he drank, he said heroically, "A bunch of cowards. Is this all you've got?" Without a doubt, Queen Xianxia swallowed the words that she wanted to say. She didn't expect Lin Ling to be so fierce. One should know that the one who attacked was a martial immortal. When she left Lin Ling was only a true immortal. Everything felt like a dream to her. Lin Ling, let me take you on. Finally, the Sovereign Marquis attacked. The Qingzhou Dragon Cauldron descended and was held up by his hands. His attack was undoubtedly earth-shattering. He was probably invincible even in the middle stage of martial immortal. Even Lin Ling could feel the surging power. However, the smile on his face became even more excited. The attack of the Sovereign Marquis, this is more like it. Rumble. This time, Lin Ling was sent flying like a meteor. He spat out blood, but he quickly flew back. First move. Lin Ling even counted. I don't believe that I can't kill you with the dragon bone. The Sovereign Marquis charged at Lin Ling again. He unleashed the physical strength of 70 worlds and the fusion of his world essence. Bang, 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 bang. The two of them collided in the void. They fought from the east to the west, and from the west to the north. Even the nearby worlds were shattered. A large number of martial artists appeared in the sky and watched the godlike battle in horror. I'm afraid that even a god would be beaten to death by such an attack. An old man's mouth trembled as he said, however, that young man is still alive and kicking. Beside him, a thin middle-aged man replied with a wry smile. 58th move. 59th. Sovereign Marquis, you have to seize the opportunity. Everyone saw that Lin Ling was injured, but his aura didn't weaken at all. He was still as calm as ever. They could imagine what the result would be if Lin Ling counterattacked. How can he be so powerful? Queen Xianxia wasn't a fool. She knew that Lin Ling was obviously stronger than the Sovereign Marquis. She couldn't help but be shocked. It seemed that the Sovereign Marquis had lied to her. He didn't come to the Great Freedom World for her, but to avoid Lin Ling. The Sovereign Marquis actually had the cheek to say that he was the king of Qingzhou. As for the Sovereign Marquis, he became more and more panicked. He couldn't understand why Lin Ling couldn't be killed. Impossible, I have the power of 70 worlds. The Sovereign Marquis roared, and his attacks became even crazier. Lin Ling was like a small boat in a storm. He could capsize at any time, but he was still calm. The two completely different attitudes felt unreal. Hee because you're a slave. Lin Ling replied calmly. He was also angering the Sovereign Marquis. Aren't you pursuing Queen Xianxia? You're so weak in front of the girl you like. You're really a coward. Lin Ling, shut up. As expected, the Sovereign Marquis' forehead was full of veins. Compared to the humiliation of kneeling in Qingzhou, this humiliation was obviously greater. No one wanted to be humiliated in front of the girl they liked. They didn't want to appear weak and cowardly. You're a coward. However, the angrier the Sovereign Marquis was, the more Lin Ling wanted to speak. Only when the Sovereign Marquis unleashed his potential would he benefit more from Lin Ling. You can't kill me even if I stand there and let you hit me. If you're not trash, then what are you? The mocking voice continued to float out. Lin Ling, I'm going to kill you. The Sovereign Marquis' eyes were red. His bones emitted a dragon's roar as if a divine dragon had descended. Even his cultivation realm rumbled as he entered a new realm. He had broken through. This made him ecstatic. He held the Qingzhou Divine Cauldron and smashed it towards Lin Ling. Chapter 2970. Because it was fun. Boom. The primal chaos in the universe seemed to shatter as cracks appeared. Lin Ling was sent flying like a meteor and disappeared into the distance. He's dead. He's definitely dead this time. Everyone was mumbling to themselves. That last blow from before had given them the feeling that it was going to destroy the chaos of the universe. Therefore, they all thought that Lin Ling was already dead. Ha! The Sovereign Marquis floated in the sky, his long hair dancing wildly. He held the Qingzhou Divine Cauldron in his hand like an overlord lifting the cauldron. Lin Ling, thank you. You've helped me break through, and you've also tempered my dragon bones. Most importantly, you're the one who gave me these dragon bones. He let out a roar in high spirits, as if he was exhaling and raising his eyebrows. On the other hand, Xianxia Queen was biting her lips. Her face was pale as she looked at the direction where Lin Ling disappeared. Her eyes were wet. However, a figure quietly appeared in the pitch-black starry sky, and it slowly grew larger in her eyes. The blue robe was still fluttering in the wind. The ancient wine pot was still being poured into his mouth. As the strong liquor entered his throat, it shocked the world. I'm sorry to interrupt your excitement, but allow me to say something, because I've also broken through. Lin Ling strolled back. Although his blue robe was dyed red with blood, his spirit was trembling and he was calm and collected. If he had changed into a clean robe, people would have thought that Lin Ling was completely unscathed. How could this be? The sovereign marquis was still holding onto the Qingzhou divine cauldron. His eyes were wide open. Then, he gathered all the strength in his body into his arms and threw out the Qingzhou divine cauldron. A dragon surrounded the cauldron and roared. This was the dragon god. The aura of the ancient god era made the divine cauldron shoot towards Lin Ling like a meteor. Bang! However, Lin Ling punched out. Rumble! The entire void shattered, and the ancient dragon cauldron was blasted apart, turning into dust. This terrifying scene directly stunned everyone. Previously, the divine cauldron had continuously smashed towards Lin Ling. It was as steady as a mountain, as if it would not break even after 10,000 years. And now Lin Ling made his move. He only needed one punch to shatter the dragon cauldron. The 100th move is up. I have to say you, the sovereign marquis, are truly a piece of trash. Even though you've broken through and the dragon bone has entered your bone marrow, you still can't kill me. Lin Ling strode forward. The entire process was as light as a breeze. Meanwhile, the sovereign marquis stood in the sky in a daze. He thought that after hiding for 3 years, his strength had increased greatly. When he saw Lin Ling again, even if he couldn't kill Lin Ling wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, everything was the same as before. Nothing had changed. Lin Ling was the nightmare of his life. Why is this happening? I've already refined the dragon bone. The sovereign marquis held his head and kept shaking his head, as if he couldn't figure it out at all. It's simple. Lin Ling smiled gently and came in front of him. With a thought, the realm-swallowing beast appeared. The terrifying thing was that around the realm-swallowing beast, a huge divine dragon was roaring, swallowing the heavens and the earth. This terrifying pressure directly made the sovereign marquis open his mouth because he sensed that it was a desolate body, and it was a desolate body with the aura of a dragon god. The dragon bone I gave you is actually the bone near the dragons, and I have too many dragon bones. Seeing the sovereign marquis expression, Lin Ling's expression was calm as he spoke again. Pooh. Hearing this, the sovereign marquis spat out a mouthful of blood. He thought that Lin Ling was an idiot to give him such an important treasure like the dragon bone. Who knew that Lin Ling had countless dragon bones? No wonder his strength had increased greatly, but he still couldn't shake Lin Ling. Because if he was the god of dragon bones, then Lin Ling would be the king of gods above him. You're playing with me. The sovereign marquis immediately roared. I wasn't playing with you, Xianxia said. I was just about to miss out on the opportunity to refine the dragon bone. Luckily, you were faster than me, so I borrowed your hand to refine it for me. Lin Ling corrected. Hearing this, the sovereign marquis spat out another mouthful of blood. No wonder Lin Ling gave him a handicap of 100 moves. He was using him as a sparring partner. A nightmare, as expected of the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's nightmare. As the saying goes, when the virtue rises 1 foot, the devil rises 10 feet. No matter how high he flew, as long as Lin Ling floated above his head and looked down on him, then he would always look down on him from afar. Also, I actually tampered with that dragon bone of yours. I can use it to find out where you are, and it'll be easier for me to get it back. Lin Ling said again. Both of his hands formed a barrier, causing the Marquis of Sovereign Justice to cry out in pain. His bones actually broke out of his body. No, my bones. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice roared unwillingly. What a pitiful person. You're about to lose your life, but you still care about that small dragon bone. I already said that I have hundreds of such dragon bones. Lin Ling held the dragon bone of the Sovereign Marquis in his hand. With a light squeeze, the dragon bone shattered. In fact, this was only the ancient bone of the dragon god Fu Su. As for the real dragon god's dragon bone, Lin Ling had refined it himself. This also allowed his world-swallowing beast talent to reach the first-grade desolate body. His body strength had also reached 200 world power, and his strength had greatly increased. Lin Ling, why did you do this to me? You could have killed me, but you told me to find Queen Xianxia. After giving me hope, you killed me with your own hands. Why? The Marquis of Sovereign Justice let out a groan. He was unwilling, he was extremely unwilling. He, an ambitious person of his generation, had actually ended up like this. From the beginning to the end, he had been toyed with by a junior. There was no escape, no escape. He was completely unwilling. Because it's fun. Fun. However, Lin Ling smiled calmly. That sentence directly made the Marquis of Sovereign Justice feel as if he had been struck by lightning. Because it was fun. In fact, it was because he was weak, so Lin Ling could play with him however he wanted. Just like when the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was strong, he repeatedly wanted to harm Lin Ling, but he was saved by Lord 8 and the others. This was also because the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was strong enough. Therefore, Lin Ling deeply returned the feeling of being toyed with to the Marquis of Sovereign Justice, and he even surpassed him. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice stared at Lin Ling, gritted his teeth, and ran into the distance. He did not want to die. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. Stop him! He threw all the warriors of the great freedom world at Lin Ling. My lord, no! Those warriors were stunned. They did not expect the Marquis of Sovereign Justice to sacrifice them at the critical moment. One had to know that not long ago, they were proud of following the Marquis of Sovereign Justice. Bang! Lin Ling punched out, and all the people who were thrown at him were all smashed into pieces. He put his hands behind his back and quietly looked at the fleeing Marquis of Sovereign Justice. He said, Queen Xianxia, don't you have a death feud with him? Hearing this, Queen Xianxia woke up from her shock. She did not expect Lin Ling to become so strong. It was so easy for him to defeat the Marquis of Sovereign Justice. That's right. My people all died in his hands. In this life, I will kill him quickly. Queen Xianxia said, All right, I will help you cripple him and let you take revenge with your own hands. Chapter 2971. What a great invitation. That smile stunned Queen Xianxia. It was as if she had seen Lin Ling for the first time. At that time, Lin Ling was like a young boy to her, and he always had this kind of smile on his face. But now, this young man was like a god who had the power to dominate everything. He could even shatter the void. Thank you. Queen Xianxia had a lot to say in her mind, but in the end, she only said one sentence. In the past, Lin Ling had promised her that he would personally avenge her. At that time, she didn't believe that Lin Ling had the ability to do so, but she didn't laugh at Lin Ling because Lin Ling was the first man to say those words to her. However, after more than 10 years, Lin Ling had done it. But he has already escaped. Queen Xianxia frowned. He can't escape. Lin Ling shrugged. Under his feet, it was as if he was stepping on a divine dragon. Boom! The void instantly exploded. Cracks appeared and spread across 10,000 realms, causing the nearby realms to collapse and shake. As for Lin Ling, he had directly disappeared. This terrifying speed caused everyone to tremble. It was because they discovered that this was the speed of the flesh, the terrifying speed produced by stepping on the void with great power. This was the first time they had seen such speed in their lives. Sanctification of the flesh. This was the only sentence floating in their minds. At that moment, the Sovereign Marquis was running forward. However, when he saw that Lin Ling wasn't chasing after him, he smiled excitedly. Of course, this smile didn't last long. This was because he recalled that Lin Ling had given him the dragon bone. This proved that Lin Ling wouldn't let him go. But why didn't Lin Ling chase after him? Just as he was thinking, the space behind him rumbled and cracked open. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of him with his hands behind his back and his long hair dancing in the wind. It was Lin Ling. Why? The Sovereign Marquis body started to tremble. He had already escaped so far. How could Lin Ling still catch up to him? No wonder Lin Ling didn't chase after him. It turned out that he still couldn't escape from Lin Ling's palm. 30 realms speed. Lin Ling slowly turned around and said with a smile. His words and expression made the Sovereign Marquis's heart turn to ash. He looked at Lin Ling as if he was looking at an immortal. You better go back obediently. Lin Ling took a step forward and mysteriously appeared in front of the Sovereign Marquis, punching out. Crack crack. That punch directly destroyed all the bones and flesh in the Sovereign Marquis's body, turning him into a cripple. Even his dantian was broken. Lin Ling walked back slowly as if he was holding a chicken. At the same time, he asked casually, Sovereign Marquis, do you regret trying to kill me? The Sovereign Marquis found it difficult to breathe. He knew that he had fallen into a nightmare and would never be able to escape. He shook his head. No, not at all. Because the universe is chaotic and fair. I have killed many geniuses. Now that the cycle of karma has happened, I was killed by a genius. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river, how can your feet not get wet? However, Lin Ling, it is destined that you will be like me and be killed by someone stronger. Thank you for the reminder. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see that day. Lin Ling replied with a smile. Then he asked, looking at you, you seem very unconvinced. You guessed wrong. I am convinced by you, but it doesn't mean that I regret attacking you. The Sovereign Marquis continued to shake his head. Very good. Before you die, you didn't let me look down on you. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. The Sovereign Marquis was indeed an ambitious person. Even if there was still a glimmer of hope, he would not give up and run away. However, when he was really close to death, he did not regret what he had done in his life. Such a person was indeed someone who could achieve great things. Once again, Lin Ling came to Queen Xianji's side and threw the Sovereign Marquis to her. Queen Xianji was agitated and looked at the Sovereign Marquis with hatred. I am willing to die in your hands. The Sovereign Marquis looked at Queen Xianji and slowly closed his eyes. Lin Ling, I will bring him back to my hometown and kill him in front of my tribe. Thank you for today. Queen Xianji suppressed her excitement and bowed to Lin Ling. Go. If you need my help, feel free to look for me. Lin Ling threw out a jade tablet. She could contact him through the jade tablet. Qianji Queen took the jade tablet. Then she left with the Sovereign Marquis and the people of the Great Freedom Realm. So powerful. The people from Wuxia village left with Queen Qianji. However, they were in awe of Lin Ling. To them, Lin Ling was like a god. As for the strongest sect in the Great Freedom World, the sect leader and other powerful cultivators all knelt down. In front of Lin Ling, they no longer dared to call themselves immortals. However, Lin Ling was not interested in them. He turned around and returned to Qingzhou. Now, he had untied all the knots in his heart. In Qingzhou, the only thing he could not let go of was the Empress Dowager. If he could get rid of the Empress Dowager, he could embark on the path of revenge and find Tian Lioli. The dragon bones and the desolate body have increased my strength by more than 30%. Pity. Unfortunately, the fourth dantian is still lacking. Pity. Along the way, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. As his strength increased, he needed more cultivation resources. Lin Ling, you are back. Pity. When Lin Ling was about to reach Qingzhou, an old woman appeared in the void and looked at Lin Ling calmly. Lightning flashed around her body. She was wearing a red robe and holding a walking stick. She looked ancient. Thunderous Mother. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly, then he smiled. The Empress Dowager invites you to meet her. Yes. Seeing Lin Ling's smile, Thunderous Mother's heart trembled subconsciously, but she still gritted her teeth and said. She was ordered by the Empress Dowager to invite Lin Ling. You appeared in front of me alone. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Yes. Lin Ling did not answer Thunderous Mother's words, but continued to smile. You wouldn't dare. Yes. Thunderous Mother's eyes flickered suddenly, and she said forcefully. If the Empress Dowager had not asked her to invite Lin Ling, she would not have appeared in front of Lin Ling today. This was because she felt that Lin Ling was giving her a lot of pressure. The Sovereign Marquis just died. However, Lin Ling's next sentence directly changed Thunderous Mother's expression. She had said that Lin Ling wouldn't dare, but Lin Ling told her that the Sovereign Marquis was dead. This meant that there was really something that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to do? You don't have to be nervous. I won't kill you for the time being. Tell me, why is the Empress Dowager looking for me? Seeing Thunderous Mother's expression, Lin Ling said slowly. The Empress Dowager wants to give you a spirit cave. She invites you to see her and participate in the Chi Turtle and Snake Heavenly Fruit Conference. Thunderous Mother did not dare to look at Lin Ling. She lowered her head and said, she was afraid that Lin Ling would really kill her. Spirit cave? Lin Ling's eyes lit up instantly. This was a spirit cave that was born in Huanyu. At first, it was a spirit chi vortex the size of a fist. After countless years, it gradually grew and had countless spirit chi. It was an extremely rare treasure. Chapter 2972. The Heavenly Fruit Conference. However, it took a long time to grow into Jojo. Moreover, those who encountered the spirit cave would not give up on it, which led to the spirit cave rarely being able to grow. The spirit cave had another effect, which was one of the best treasures for advancement. If one wore it, it would be 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times more effective than ordinary cultivation. If one refined it directly, the spirit cave's spiritual chi would be even greater than an emperor crystal. The Empress Dowager really put in a lot of effort. I, Lin Ling, will participate in the Heavenly Fruit Conference. Lin Ling had no reason not to participate. First, he lacked the treasures needed to break through to the next realm. Second, he also wanted to see the culprit behind the massacre of the sacred rainforest. Hand over the spirit cave and lead the way. Lin Ling then looked at Mother Lane and said. This made Mother Lane happy. As long as Lin Ling agreed, everything would be fine. The Empress Dowager had once told her that if she could invite Lin Ling, she would be able to protect her from death. Then, she quickly handed over the spirit cave. This was a spiritual chi vortex the size of a fist. It was extremely exquisite. It fell into Lin Ling's hand and was held by his palm. It was still like a small tornado, but the spiritual chi in the vortex was terrifyingly dense. Then, the two of them, one in front and one behind, arrived at Qingzhou and went straight to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The Heavenly Fruit Conference was a conference that was held every 100 years since Emperor Qing took the throne. Only the giants of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty could participate. As for the Heavenly Tortoise Snake Fruit, it was also an extremely rare treasure. It had no effect on cultivation, but it could prolong one's life. For some warriors with ordinary talent, they had lived for thousands of years, but they felt that death was approaching and they could not break through. Therefore, they would seek some treasures that could prolong their lives. Among them, the heavenly fruit had the most significant effect. Powerful martial artists had the same lifespan as the sun and moon. They were immortal and indestructible. In fact, this was relative. Perhaps to ordinary people, they were immortal. However, to the gods of the 9 prefectures, their lifespan had an end. When they arrived at the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, the ancient city was still bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Ling lowered his head to look and realized that after so many years, this place had also changed. The two entered the ancient imperial city. In front of them, huge divine guards were marching. They were majestic and awe-inspiring. Just a glance at them was enough to frighten anyone. Those are the legendary divine guards. I'm afraid that even those in the middle stage of the martial immortal realm would be invincible. The imperial city is indeed ancient, just like a divine dynasty. People entered the vast imperial city one after another. They were all the most powerful magnates of the Azure Prefecture. They had brought their family members to participate in the Heavenly Fruit Conference. Isn't this Lord Lu? It's an honor to meet you. Yo, true Lord Yunyi, I've long heard of your great name. You've been to Crimson Province before. You're a martial arts grandmaster from Qing Province. Could those 3 be the 9 great heavens of Qing Province, Sakura, Menglu, and Xian Linglong? So strong. That's the newly risen Tian Ling, Tian Shu Yixiao. Other than the old monsters who had been cultivating for countless years, Only Tianling was qualified to be here among the younger generation. As for the newly risen Tianling, Tianshu Yixiao, this person's strength was not bad. Unfortunately, it was because of Fei Jinling's death that he was able to rise to the position. Therefore, after seeing Sakura and the others, he quietly lowered his head and did not dare to be arrogant. Could that be Lin Ling, who has disappeared for 3 years? However, at this moment, an exclamation suddenly rang out, causing the entire ancient imperial city to fall silent. This was because 2 figures floated down from the sky. One of them was young and handsome, wearing a blue robe that fluttered in the wind. This person was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, although he had disappeared for 3 years, his reputation in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty was as fierce as a dragon and a tiger. There were no more than 10 people who dared to confront him directly. Some people had already placed him as the leader of the magnates. Your Excellency Lin Ling, it's an honor to meet you at last. Seeing Lin Ling descending calmly, the old monsters bowed to him. Although they were middle-stage martial celestials, they did not dare to be arrogant in front of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not pay any attention to them because he did not know them. Moreover, if Lin Ling was not strong enough, he would have been trampled on by everyone. Therefore, other than the people from the imperial court, he did not need to give any face to the others. However, his attitude did not displease the old monsters and they all smiled at him. This is Lin Ling. If he had not killed a few Tianling, I would not be qualified to be Tianling. Tianshu Yixiao's heart trembled. He had finally met the legendary expert. He hesitated for a moment and then strode toward Lin Ling. What is Tianshu Yixiao trying to do? This guy must want to know Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself. Seeing Tianshu Yixiao's appearance, many old monsters reacted and smiled disdainfully. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I am Tianshu Yixiao, the new Tianling. Please take care of me. Arriving in front of Lin Ling, Tianshu Yixiao immediately bowed. His admiration was not fake, it came from the bottom of his heart. Second brother. At this moment, Sakura and the others surrounded Lin Ling and looked at Tianshu Yixiao. They were also surprised by Tianshu Yixiao's action. However, Lin Ling also saw that Tianshu Yixiao was friendly to him. He stretched out his hand and introduced himself, Lin Ling. This time, Tianshu Yixiao was stunned. The surrounding people were also stunned. They did not expect that Lin Ling would give face to Tianshu Yixiao and take the initiative to shake hands. What? Are you looking down on me? Seeing Tianshu Yixiao in a daze, Lin Ling smiled. I wouldn't dare. Tianshu Yixiao's body trembled. He quickly stretched out his hand and gently shook Lin Ling's hand. At this moment, his heart was filled with excitement. Lin Ling, famous for his fighting prowess, was actually so approachable. This was beyond his imagination. He was already prepared to be disdained by Lin Ling. Moreover, he did not dare to have any dissatisfaction. Because he could have today, this was also because of Lin Ling's blessing. However, Lin Ling was completely different from the legends. He did not have the arrogance of a Tianling at all, looking down on everyone. If there's a chance, let's exchange pointers. Lin Ling withdrew his hand, said goodbye, and moved forward with Sakura and the others. But Tianshu Yixiao nodded excitedly. Looking around again, a mocking smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He also knew that Lin Ling was approachable to him because his friendliness came from the bottom of his heart. As for the old monsters around him, they were all cunning old foxes. That kind of friendliness was just an act, so Lin Ling was disdainful of them. Big brother, you guys are here too? Along the way, Lin Ling looked at Sakura and the others and said, Yes, the Heavenly Fruit Conference is an old rule of Qing State, so the top figures of all the major giants have come. It's also a good opportunity to see the strength of Qing State. Sakura replied. However, it's too easy to hold the Heavenly Fruit Conference. Perhaps, she wants to win people's hearts. After all, the birth of the Son of Heaven is getting closer and closer. If there are no accidents, during this period of time, one of the 4 great giants will become Emperor Qing. Meng Lu also said, Chapter 2973. Kill Mother Li. The crowd continued to move forward and finally arrived at a majestic hall. The hall was located at the top of the mountain, surrounded by scenes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It was extremely magical. Standing on the sacred mountain, one could actually see the entire Qingzhou. In the distance, red-crowned cranes were flying in the sky. Sunlight and moonlight shone down. It was a true fairyland. In the hall, there were many people scattered around. They were all the most powerful people in Qingzhou. When Lin Ling and the rest arrived, everyone's eyes lit up. Hee, I thought some people were really so arrogant that they would never meet the Empress Dowager. In the end, they were just deliberately mystifying things. Suddenly, a sinister voice sounded. It was the 76th prince who spoke. He looked at Lin Ling from the corner of his eyes. The more he looked, the more annoyed he was. In the Great Qing Divine Dynasty, anyone who sees the Empress Dowager has to lower their noble head. Even Tianling is the same. Beside him, a wise young man also spoke. It was the 99th prince. Their words were obviously mocking Lin Ling. Previously, when Lin Ling killed the flying gold plume, the Empress Dowager had personally invited him. However, Lin Ling was arrogant and said he would not meet her in front of everyone in Qingzhou. This matter had already shaken Qingzhou. Originally, people thought that Lin Ling would not give the Empress Dowager any face. Who knew that Lin Ling would still come today? This meant that Lin Ling was also afraid of the Empress Dowager and did not dare to disobey her orders. The powerful people of Qingzhou were also seated. Their eyes were constantly flickering. They believed the words of the 99th prince and the rest. You guys, what are you talking about? However, at this moment, Sakura also roared and opposed them with equal harshness. This rebuttal undoubtedly made the 99th prince's face turn ugly. He was the leader of the magnates, and Sakura actually did not give him any face. Hee, they were just hit where it hurts. They are just angry from embarrassment. However, the 76th prince smiled sinisterly. He looked at Mother Lane and said, Senior Mother Ling, you were the one who called Lin Ling here, right? You can say something fair and see if Lin Ling is afraid of the Empress Dowager. Hearing this, everyone looked at Lei Yin Crone. They also wanted to know how Lin Ling felt about the Empress Dowager. At this moment, Lei Yin Mother's expression changed slightly. She glanced at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling had already sat down and was drinking with the third princess. That's right. Lin Ling said many good things about the Empress Dowager in front of me. I hope that the Empress Dowager won't mind his youthful frivolity. Therefore, this time he also came to apologize. In the end, the Thunder Mother said faintly. She was very afraid of Lin Ling, but this was the Empress Dowager's territory, so she was completely relieved. Moreover, this was the Empress Dowager's territory. She could not embarrass the Empress Dowager. This damned old hag. Hearing that, Sakura looked abnormally ugly. Even the third princess was frowning. Lin Ling was from the Imperial Dynasty and he feared the Empress Dowager. Didn't that mean that the Imperial Dynasty feared the Empress Dowager? At the same time, he was also humiliating the third princess. I'm only telling the truth. Hearing Sakura's words, Lei Yin Mother also replied faintly. Her expression was also extremely indifferent. Sakura gritted his teeth and wanted to stand up, but the third princess stopped him, so he finally endured it. Hee, some people just love to put on an act. They are even worse than dogs. The 76th prince immediately added insult to injury, and his words were also sarcastic towards Lin Ling. His thoughts were the same as Lei Yin Mother's. Today was the Heavenly Fruit Conference, and this was the Empress Dowager's territory. Lin Ling definitely had no right to be arrogant. No one knew the strength of the Empress Dowager, but this old lady was the behind-the-scenes person of the left Prime Minister's mansion and the first woman of Emperor Qing. Regardless of origin or strength, she was not someone they could offend. Good wine. But at this moment, a soft voice sounded. People saw that Lin Ling had already stood up and was slowly walking towards Lei Yin Mother. What is he going to do? Lin Ling's arrogance is obvious to all. I think he wants Lei Yin Mother to take back what she said before. Seeing Lin Ling stand up, many people's expressions suddenly changed. They did not expect Lin Ling to speak at this time. Lane Mother was suddenly a little panicked. However, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of Lane Mother and was looking down at her. Lane Mother's eyes were constantly flickering. Suddenly, she laughed and said, "This is the palace of the Heavenly Fruit Conference." She was reminding Lin Ling and even threatening him. However, Lin Ling was still indifferent. "The 99th Prince, the Prime Minister, the Left Prime Minister, do you think we should follow some rules in the Empress Dowager's palace?" Lane Mother hurriedly looked at the magnates, but they were all frowning because they did not know what Lin Ling was going to do. This also made Lane Mother more and more panicked. She smiled apologetically and said, "I was talking nonsense before. In fact, Lin Ling is here because the Empress Dowager has given him a huge reward. Otherwise, Lin Ling would not have bothered to come." After being oppressed by Lin Ling, she finally spoke the truth. She knew that if she did not speak the truth, Lin Ling would never let her go. As expected, people suddenly started discussing. They felt that with Lin Ling's arrogant attitude, how could he take the initiative to lower his head? Being invited by the Empress Dowager, Lin Ling was not afraid of the Empress Dowager at all. As for the 76th Prince, their expressions were extremely ugly. This Lane Mother was too cowardly. Moreover, with her words, the Empress Dowager would be the one to lose face. Was Lane Mother not afraid of offending the Empress Dowager? "Lin Ling, I have said what I should say." At this moment, Lane Mother was in a difficult position. Although she was afraid of offending the Empress Dowager, Lin Ling was already in front of her. How could she not lower her head? However, after speaking the truth, she also looked up at Lin Ling, hoping that Lin Ling would leave. However, would Lin Ling leave? Lane Mother had tried to kill Lin Ling many times. Lin Ling had long wanted to get rid of this trouble. He had not killed her previously because he wanted her to lead the way. Therefore, Lin Ling took a sip of wine and smiled. Suddenly he threw a punch. "Lin Ling, how dare you!" This sudden move had undoubtedly caused the faces of all the leaders to change drastically. Lane Mother had already lowered her head. They thought that Lin Ling had gotten everything he wanted and would return to his seat. However, who knew that Lin Ling actually wanted to kill Lane Mother? Moreover, he wanted to kill her in front of everyone. Boom. Unfortunately, any reprimand was useless. Lin Ling's punch penetrated Lane Mother's chest. Lane Mother's body was emitting terrifying thunder and lightning, and she had turned into a Lane bamboo. However, those thunderbolts could not break Lin Ling's defense at all. Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Lin Ling, never kill innocent people. Lane Mother, you were greedy for my space-time divine steel in the past and sent your granddaughter to harm me. Today is the consequence of your decision. Lin Ling's fist was mixed with the divine dragon chi. As if he wanted to destroy everything, he threw another punch. Crack, 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 crack. That ancient Lane bamboo was hit by the punch and instantly cracked. "Stop!" At this moment, a cold voice finally rang out. In the sky, red-crowned cranes were dancing. An old lady with a large number of people arrived on auspicious clouds. Boom. Chapter 2974. Coercion. Rumble. The thunderclap mother's body exploded, and the lightning dissipated in the sky. An ancient artifact of the universe was completely destroyed. She thought that the Empress Dowager would protect her, so she would never die. Who knew that Lin Ling would kill her in the Empress Dowager's territory? As for the palace, it was dead silent at this moment. All the magnates looked solemn. Even the third princess sucked in a breath of cold air, because even she would not dare to do what Lin Ling had done. "How dare you!" Finally, someone roared. It was the 76th prince. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling stepped out like a fierce tiger. His palm was like a violent storm as it landed on the 76th prince's face. "Hasn't your face been slapped swollen by me?" That slap sent the 76th prince flying out of the palace, which made everyone's heart palpitate. Then, Lin Ling walked back slowly, as if everything had nothing to do with him. However, the palace was even more silent. Other than the leaders of the magnates, everyone else was trembling in fear. To them, Lin Ling was like an azure emperor. If he moved his feet, the great azure godly dynasty would move as well. As expected of Lin Ling. His temperament is so calm. Tianshu Yixiao said with admiration. He hoped that he could be like Lin Ling in the future, free and unrestrained by the rules of the gods. Greetings, Empress Dowager. At this moment, the Prime Minister, Minister of the Left, and the others all bowed, waiting for the Empress Dowager to attack Lin Ling. In the sky, the old woman walked down slowly. She was about 50 years old, but she had taken good care of herself. Her face was so tender that it looked like water. However, the vicissitudes of life between her eyebrows only added a little age. She walked down quietly, but an indescribable aura filled the air, which made everyone a little fearful. Even the 99th prince was no exception. He gritted his teeth. He did not expect the Empress Dowager to be so strong. He knew that if he wanted to become the Azure Emperor, the Empress Dowager would be a huge obstacle. However, to everyone's surprise, the Empress Dowager did not blame Lin Ling. After sitting down, she calmly drank her tea. Today, I'm indebted to everyone's kindness. Let's officially start the Heavenly Fruit Assembly. A palace maid walked out and spoke on behalf of the Empress Dowager. Her actions undoubtedly made the magnates feel even more pressured. She was indeed the first woman of the Azure the Arch. No one could see through her at all. Amazing! There's still a gap between me and her. The third princess's beautiful eyes flickered. Even though she had the highest chance of becoming Emperor Qing, she still felt uneasy when she saw that woman. According to the usual rules, anyone who has contributed to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty during the Heavenly Fruit Conference will be able to obtain a heavenly fruit. The palace maid said again. As these words fell, many older cultivators smiled. At their age, they valued cultivation treasures, but they valued their lifespan even more. Without lifespan, no matter how many treasures they had, they were useless. After all, cultivation required time. Lin Ling obtained the Azure Thearcha's Imperial Jade Seal and activated the Son of Heaven's mandate. He has fulfilled the promise given by the gods. Therefore, he has contributed and will be rewarded with 3 heavenly fruits. While everyone was pleasantly surprised, the Empress Dowager, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. What was surprising was that although she looked dignified, her words were extremely kind. Lin Ling, I intend to reward you with 3 heavenly fruits. Kneel down and receive the heavenly fruits. The Empress Dowager said again with a smile. 3 heavenly fruits. That's 3,000 years of lifespan. Hearing this, many people's eyes turned red with envy. Even the 99th prince and the others were the same. They did not understand why the Empress Dowager was so nice to Lin Ling after he killed old Mother Lain and humiliated the Empress Dowager. Many people began to look at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was still drinking. He smiled and said softly, I'm still young, unlike these old farts. Therefore, I don't need too many rewards. Just give me the one that belongs to me. How dare you? You're defying the decree. Someone immediately reprimanded him. The people were also shocked. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so generous that he did not want the treasure given by the Empress Dowager. It's all right. Lin Ling is a straightforward person. What he said is right. He's young and does not need so many heavenly fruits. Men reward him with a heavenly fruit. At this moment, the Empress Dowager also spoke with a smile. Surprisingly, she was still not angry. However, such shrewdness made everyone realize how terrifying the Empress Dowager was. Even Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Was that woman the murderer who destroyed the sacred ground of the rainforest? However, she was also more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. One had to know that a lion that could roar was terrifying, but a lion that could endure was even more terrifying. My beloved subjects, you can all receive a heavenly fruit. However, today is the Heavenly Fruit Conference. There are fine wine and immortal fruits, but the atmosphere is lacking. The Empress Dowager did not harp on the previous matter. She looked at the crowd and smiled. Why don't we invite someone to dance and increase the mood? I heard that the third princess is the #1 beauty of the Qing state, and is equally famous as Consort Shifei. Now that Consort Shifei has perished, why don't we invite the third princess to dance? At this moment, someone echoed the Empress Dowager. Everyone looked over and saw a burly man sitting alone not far from the Empress Dowager. His long hair draped over his shoulders, making him look domineering and unruly. Many people had never seen this person before, but they saw that he had followed the Empress Dowager here. Furthermore, he was sitting alone in his seat. This showed his status even more. He's one of the Qing state's 9 heavens, the heavenly court's absolute killer tiger. The 99th crown prince stared indifferently at the man. Only the leader of the magnates knew of his origins. This person was very strong. It was said that he had the desolate body. Furthermore, he was not from the Qing state, but from another divine continent. He had stayed in the Qing state because of Consort Shifei. This person was Consort Shifei's fanatical pursuer. Not many people knew of this. Third princess, I wonder if you will give me face. The man drank alone and said with a hoarse voice. However, his words were filled with dominance. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Someone immediately retorted. The third princess's expression was calm, but there was a hint of displeasure in her eyes. She was the leader of the imperial court, and the person most likely to become Emperor Qing. Wasn't it embarrassing for her to dance for everyone? I'm nothing, but I'm someone you can never fight head-on. The man was still drinking, but at this moment he slowly raised his head. His fluttering long hair scattered, revealing a ferocious face. The most terrifying thing was that there were claw scars on his face, as if he had been injured by a divine tiger. He glanced at the person who spoke. That person's expression changed drastically, and his entire body began to tremble. What a terrifying, ferocious aura. Subconsciously, that person did not dare to raise his head to speak. I think this is a good suggestion. The Empress Dowager is our elder. As a junior, it's not a big deal to dance for her. That's right. The most important thing is that the third princess's dance is beautiful. At this moment, the Prime Minister and the Left Minister also spoke, adding insult to injury. Chapter 2975. Desolate body, divine tiger ancestor. Bastards, this bunch of beasts. Bastards. On the imperial court side, Xian Linglong and company were secretly cursing. Did these people treat the third princess as a dancer? This was too humiliating for the third princess. When they looked at the Empress Dowager, she was drinking tea with her eyes half closed. She was still unfathomable. As for the third princess, she was in a difficult position. The Empress Dowager was indeed her elder. If she were to reject her, she would be cursed for not respecting her elders. She gritted her teeth and finally, without a choice, she decided to stand up. However, at this moment, an arm pressed down on her shoulder, allowing her to slowly sit back down. I heard that when eating the heavenly fruit, warriors will live as long as the heavens and earth. If a person with a scar on his face comes out to dance, it will be more compatible. An indifferent voice suddenly rang out. It was Lin Ling who had spoken. The third princess could not reject the Empress Dowager, but Lin Ling did not need to give her face. Furthermore, he guessed that the Empress Dowager had rewarded him with 3 heavenly fruits to test him. If he were to kneel down to receive the fruits, it meant that Lin Ling might be recruited by the Empress Dowager. And now Lin Ling had rejected her. The Empress Dowager also knew that Lin Ling was a person she could not control. Therefore, she had taken action against the third princess. When Lin Ling said that, everyone was stunned. When eating the heavenly fruit, a person with a scar on his face would come out to dance. That would be more compatible? What kind of reasoning was that? Furthermore, when people looked at the heavenly court's absolute killer, their expressions changed instantly. Wasn't a person with a scar on his face referring to the heavenly court's absolute killer? Was Lin Ling asking the heavenly court's absolute killer to come out to dance? Are you talking about me? The heavenly court's absolute killer also reacted. His cold eyes looked at Lin Ling. His killing intent was like a torrential sea of blood. With just a glance, Lin Ling knew that the heavenly court's absolute killer was very strong. In the Qing prefecture, he was only second to the giants. However, that billowing ferocious aura clearly had no effect on Lin Ling. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome man before? Or are you feeling inferior? Then, Lin Ling put down the wine glass in his hand, and his voice shot out like a sharp sword. This fierce voice directly scared everyone silly. The Heavenly Court's absolute killer, Xianxia. Until now, no one knew his strength. However, he came from another divine continent and was one of the 4 hidden heavenly blessings of the Qing province. There was no doubt about his strength. With Lin Ling's current strength, it seemed that he was not qualified to challenge him. He, Minister Lin Ling, as a man, how could he possibly know how to dance? Furthermore, as one of the 9 celestial blessings of Qing province, isn't it embarrassing for him to dance in front of everyone? Suddenly, an amiable voice sounded. The Empress Dowager smiled at Lin Ling. As the leader of the imperial dynasty, isn't it embarrassing for her to dance? Lin Ling glanced at the Empress Dowager, giving tit for tat. As soon as he said this, the Empress Dowager was still smiling. However, it was obvious that she could no longer refute Lin Ling. Her expression was a little embarrassed. I don't know how to dance, but if I really have to dance, I will only dance with a murderous dance. Lin Ling, do you dare to dance with me? The Heavenly Court's absolute killer, Xianxia, was still looking at Lin Ling with murderous intent. Lin Ling had killed his most beloved person, Shifei. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Ling apart alive. However, Lin Ling had an expert backing him up. It was Grandma Wendao, so he did not dare to act rashly. However, Lin Ling was only at the 2nd level of the martial immortal realm. Although he had some ability, how could he be a match for him? He was at the 5th level of the martial immortal realm. The Heavenly Court's absolute killer, Xianxia, is inviting Lin Ling to battle? The crowd also smelled something and immediately looked forward to it. They wanted to see what Lin Ling would say. However, Lin Ling drank his wine and remained silent. This made the Heavenly Court's absolute killer, Xianxia, say indifferently, "If you don't dare, then shut up. Also, hand over the 3rd princess's Son of Heaven's mandate. It's better for a woman to do some embroidery." If that was the case, it was undoubtedly very domineering. Because even the Empress Dowager did not dare to say such a thing. "I'll dance with you. Let's see who can dance to the end." At this moment, Lin Ling put down the wine cup in his hand and finally walked out. That calm look was mixed with a cold, murderous intent. He could see that the Heavenly Court's absolute killer, Xianxia, wanted to kill him. He could also see that the Empress Dowager was adding fuel to the fire. With the grudge between Lin Ling and the Empress Dowager, he obviously had no way to retreat. Moreover, he did not want to retreat. 2nd level of the martial immortal realm? You want to dance with me with your measly strength? The Heavenly Court's absolute killer seemed to be a little surprised. His long hair danced madly in the wind. Rings of killing intent filled the air. Even more so, scenes appeared behind him. Those were scenes of the chaotic beasts being killed. He was like the nemesis of all beasts. He stood up and the sky shook. Interesting, this is getting more and more interesting. The magnates were even more excited because the scene in front of them was beneficial to them regardless of who won or lost. Lin Ling had already walked out first. His expression was extremely calm. This made the Heavenly Court's absolute killer's eyes light up. Lin Ling should not be a fool. He should be able to sense his powerful aura. However, Lin Ling still dared to fight. Could it be that Lin Ling has other trump cards? After Shifei's death, the Heavenly Court's absolute killer had been constantly investigating Lin Ling. In the end, he found out that Lin Ling had a sword that could unleash the power of a higher cultivation level. Therefore, that sword was the one that the Heavenly Court's absolute killer feared the most. Without the sword, Lin Ling was nothing. 2nd level of the martial immortal realm, able to fight above one's cultivation level. You are a true genius of the 9 provinces. However, I am also a genius of the 9 provinces. The words fighting above one's cultivation level are useless to me. The Heavenly Court's absolute killer also walked out. With every step he took, the world seemed to tremble. I was born in the void of the universe. I have killed tigers all my life. I was valued by the Heavenly Court's martial god Qilin. He taught me the great Tao, allowing me to be reborn. As if countless ferocious tigers were roaring, the wind and clouds in the Azure province rolled. This was the Tao of killing. Moreover, it was a cruel Tao that specialized in killing ferocious beasts. Behind the heavenly court's absolute killer, a terrifying monster appeared. This monster had countless tiger heads and countless tiger claws. It was as if it was formed from all the divine tigers in the universe. The moment it appeared, everyone felt a rolling pressure. It was a kind of great Tao of the universe. Tao was the pinnacle of martial arts. It had the power to destroy everything, just like the power of a higher cultivation level. That's the desolate body? At this moment, everyone finally reacted. It was as if they had seen an ancient god. The desolate body. There were less than 10 people in the Azure province who had this terrifying talent. The existence of the desolate body meant that the path to godhood had opened the key to achieving the great Tao. From a certain point of view, the desolate body could crush a divine body as easily as blowing away dust. Even the power of the universe could not resist it. Only the power of a god, the power of a higher cultivation level, or the treasures left behind by a god could possibly resist it. Of course, if the difference in cultivation level was too great, relying on a strong realm to suppress a weak realm, it could also resist the desolate body. However, the difference in cultivation level between Lin Ling and the Heavenly Court's absolute killer meant that Lin Ling was weaker. Divine Tiger Ancestor. Chapter 2976. Sword Sealing. The Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger's talent was a divine tiger in the form of a beast. This was also a rare beast talent. Among the beasts, tigers always had the domineering aura of kings. Among millions of tigers, there would definitely be one who would become the king. It would kill all the other tigers and dominate the divine tiger race. It was no wonder that the Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger's killing intent was so terrifying. In order to become the Tiger King, he had killed countless tigers in the universe. Lin Ling ranked 4th among the 9 heavens. Unfortunately, you have no advantage against me. You killed my Shifei. You have committed a heinous crime. Move! At this moment, the Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger moved. White light flickered and the space collapsed, turning into ashes. People only saw a fierce wind rushing out. In the next moment, behind Lin Ling, a huge arm pressed down, pressing down on Lin Ling's sword. Without this sword, you are nothing. Move! The Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger clearly knew the source of Lin Ling's strength. Therefore, he sealed Lin Ling's sword. Rumble! That arm stirred up the clouds in Qing's state and directly increased the pressure on everyone present. What a ferocious talent! The Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger could probably fight head-on with the leader of the magnates. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. However, he was extremely shocked. He did not expect the Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger to have the desolate physique talent. It was indeed domineering. However, he also sensed a familiar aura from the Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger. It came from the Qilin martial god, Tian Yanlin. This person was Tian Liuli's father. He was a mortal hidden in the myriad of worlds. Today, he should have become a god of the 9 states. He even used Li Xiaoyao's guidance to impart the great Tao to guide the Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger. How is it? Do you feel that you can't resist? The Heavenly Court's absolute killer tiger said indifferently. Surging realm essence swept out in all directions with the 2 as the center. Lin Ling's arm was also placed on the tyrannical song sword. However, he could not pull it out. Moreover, Lin Ling's eyes began to flash with a murderous glint. His fury was like a torrential river, because he saw the successor of his lifelong enemy. Rumble! At the same time, Lin Ling's hand gently pulled out the sword. Surging world essence and the strength of his body fused together at this moment, resisting the Heavenly Court's killing tiger. Although the speed at which he pulled out the sword was slow, it shocked everyone. Lin Ling was still able to pull out the sword under the powerful desolate body of the Heavenly Court's absolute killer fierce tiger. With his sword out, Lin Ling might be able to turn defeat into victory. We must not let him draw his sword. At this moment, everyone's breathing became hurried. Victory or defeat, It all depended on whether the sword was drawn or not. What powerful strength! You are definitely not a second-level martial immortal. I have underestimated you. However, that's all there is to it. At this moment, Xianxia of the Heavenly Court was also shocked. It was his first time seeing such a powerful second-level martial immortal. However, he was secretly relieved. With Lin Ling's current strength, he could still suppress him. Your cultivation is too low. If this continues, you will not be able to last as long as I do. Xianxia of the Heavenly Court roared. The 100 tigers behind him also roared. However, at this moment, a fist-sized whirlpool appeared in Lin Ling's left hand. It rolled and spun, giving people an indescribable feeling of mystery. Spirit Cave. Seeing this, the faces of the leaders changed. Lin Ling actually had such a treasure? The Empress Dowager furrowed her brows because she was the one who had given the treasure to Lin Ling. She immediately knew that Lin Ling was at a disadvantage when clashing with the ferocious tiger of the celestial heavens, so he had to use the Spirit Cave to assist him. The Spirit Cave can increase the effect of cultivation by 100 or even 1,000 times. However, in a fight between experts, the effect is not much help. Someone shook his head and said, he knew that Lin Ling was wasting his time. No, look, the Spirit Cave is getting dimmer. Lin Ling seems to be refining the Spirit Cave. What, he is crazy? Cries of surprise rang out one after another. The Spirit Cave was extremely precious. Very few people would directly refine it. After all, after refining, the Spirit Cave would disappear without a trace. One was a long-term effect, the other was a short-term effect. As long as one did not have great perseverance, most people would choose the long-term effect. What's more, to refine the Spirit Cave, this itself required a strong foundation of cultivation. With Lin Ling's cultivation, refining the Spirit Cave would waste 70% of the Spirit Cave's power. A cornered beast is fighting? I love tigers that are trapped in a dead end the most. The Heavenly Court's absolute killer fierce tiger did not expect Lin Ling to give up the Spirit Cave and refine it. However, this meant that Lin Ling had reached his limit. Therefore, he urged his power again and forced Lin Ling's sword back into the scabbard. However, he thought that Lin Ling would not be able to successfully refine the Spirit Cave. He did not know the power of the Primal Chaos Divine Formula. If I want to pull out the sword, it seems that I still need more power. Lin Ling's eyes focused. A sword-like aura soared into the sky. The sword was slowly pulled out once again. Such a change left people dumbfounded. They also did not expect that Lin Ling seemed to have completely refined the Spirit Cave's power. This did not seem to be logical at all. How could they know that Lin Ling's Primal Chaos Divine Formula could refine all things in the world? How could a mere Spirit Cave not be refined? Therefore, by constantly refining the Spirit Cave's power, Lin Ling possessed the power to resist the Heavenly Court's absolute killer fierce tiger. He caused the Heavenly Court's absolute killer fierce tiger's cold face to freeze there. Heavenly Court's absolute killer fierce tiger, let me help you with this dance. At this moment, a pair of gigantic universal divine eyes appeared in the sky, overlooking all life. A white-robed youth appeared. He was majestic, like a divine general had arrived. His appearance immediately formed a massive dimensional essence storm. His eyes seemed to see through all life in the world. Lin Ling's sword gradually returned to its scabbard under his gaze. Who is this person? What powerful strength! That pair of eyes, I'm afraid it's another desolate body existence. Extreme Fire Immortal, ranked second among the 9 heavens of the Azure Province. His talent is the unparalleled Mirage Eyes. It is said that he can see through any martial arts and absorb the opponent's dimensional essence for his own use. The amount of energy he can absorb is as much as 90%. This is too heaven-defying. He is even more powerful than the child beside the third princess who has the Destiny God Eye. The Destiny God Eye is considered one of the 6 great God Eyes of the universe. It is also extremely powerful. However, this kind of eye lacks offensive power and is not suitable for martial artists to use in battle. The experts began to whisper. They never expected that two hidden heavens would appear in this heavenly fruit conference. Most importantly, the two of them were suppressing Lin Ling at the same time, preventing Lin Ling from using his sword. Second brother, let me help you. At this moment, Indra, Meng Lu and Xian Linglong also made their moves. The other side was suppressing Lin Ling with two people. This was unfair. Thus, they also had the qualifications to make their move. The white bone giant appeared and the demon god's tomb appeared. Together, they attacked the mysterious youth in the sky. However, the youth tilted his head and lightly said, "The three of you are the 9 heavens of the Azure province? You are too weak. To be on the same level as you is a humiliation to me." Chapter 2977. One was crippled, one was dead. Furthermore, something terrifying happened. Sakura and the other two's attacks were all blocked by the youth. The mysterious heaven's eye behind the youth scanned the three of them. Their realm essence instantly disappeared and was added to the youth's body. Not good, our realm essence. Sakura and the other two were immediately alarmed. That mysterious desolate body was too heaven-defying. It actually sucked all of their strength, causing them to lose the ability to fight. Lin Ling, you do have some ability. You need the two of us to block you alone. Unfortunately, how can we, the most mysterious heavens, be surpassed by a clown like you? Still, after the youth obtained the three's realm essence, his strength increased greatly. He used the heaven's eye to seal the sword. Lin Ling, what power do you still have? You're already like a candle in the wind. Still, the heavenly court's absolute killer tiger roared. The two of them joined forces to seal the sword and even wanted to destroy Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword. At this moment, everyone in the imperial court was worried for Lin Ling. It seems that I still need more power. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also spoke. His voice was cold. Even during the entire process of his sword being sealed, his attitude was extremely calm. It felt unreal. At the same time, space roared. Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword's hilt and suddenly exerted force. It formed an endless amount of realm essence. It was shocking. He broke through. The 99th prince suddenly exclaimed. Unknowingly, Lin Ling had reached the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm. It's the spirit point. The prime minister and the left minister also stood up. Lin Ling had broken through at the crucial moment and suddenly blocked the two's suppression. You have some ability. This change caused the youth in the sky to frown. Is my strength not enough? Then let the storm come even crazier. Lin Ling raised his head to look at the sky. His expression was cold and his words were like swords. A sharp great way of the sword swept out crazily at this moment. Behind him, the world-swallowing beast's talent finally exploded. However, the divine dragon soared into the sky, collapsing the sky and the earth. It fought against the celestial heaven's killer tiger behind him. It was a scene of a dragon and a tiger fighting. Not good. Dragon god? At this moment, the heavenly court's absolute kill vicious tiger's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling gave him a very ancient feeling, even bigger and more majestic than him. If he was the king of divine tigers, then Lin Ling would be the dragon god. We must block it. He continued to roar, attempting to suppress Lin Ling's sword again. However, tyrannical song's sword slowly floated up. Although the speed of drawing the sword was very slow, anyone could tell that it was only a matter of time. You won't last until the end of this dance. At the same time, a sharp sound rang out. The sword was unsheathed, and the sword light was like water. Drip. There was no deafening sound, only the sound of blood dripping. No one saw when Lin Ling drew his sword, but they saw that Lin Ling was standing with his sword in hand. Behind him, the heavenly court's absolute kill vicious tiger had a sword mark on his neck. He glared at Lin Ling and finally pointed at Lin Ling. He did not say a word and slowly fell down. The heavenly court's absolute kill vicious tiger was dead. This was one of the most mysterious geniuses of the Qing state's 9 heavens. He could not block Lin Ling's sword and ended up in the same state as Shifei. When he draws his sword, he is really so terrifying. People began to squirm. No wonder the Heavenly Court's absolute kill vicious tiger wanted to seal Lin Ling's sword. So that was the reason. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Court's absolute kill vicious tiger failed. At the same time, the youth in the sky had a drastic change in expression. He spat out a sentence, "Desolate physique? You actually have a desolate physique. Rumor has it that you have a divine physique?" With that said, the Qing state was alarmed once again. Previously, the sword was too fast, causing people to fail to see Lin Ling's talent clearly. Now that they heard Extreme Fire Immortal's words, they finally reacted. It was no wonder Lin Ling was not afraid of the Heavenly Court's absolute kill vicious tiger. He also had a desolate physique. Furthermore, he had broken through. With his mysterious power of realm essence, killing someone of a higher realm was not a problem. "You won't be able to accompany me for the last dance." At that moment, Lin Ling calmly looked up. His eyes were as sharp as swords as he slashed the sword in his hand towards the sky. That strike caused a headless elder to appear behind him. His sharpness was on full display and he was invincible. A painful cry immediately sounded from the sky. People saw that the god's eye floating in the sky had been severed by the sword. As for Extreme Fire Immortal, he held his eyes as he fell to the ground in pain. His eyes had been blinded by a single strike. This meant that without the talent of a desolate physique, he was only an ordinary genius. Even Sakura and company could easily defeat Extreme Fire Immortal. "You crippled me!" Extreme Fire Immortal shouted ferociously. However, Sakura and company had already walked forward. Without the mysterious desolate physique, how could Extreme Fire Immortal still be so arrogant? "You think you are as famous as us? You are humiliating us," Xian Linglong said coldly. Extreme Fire Immortal seemed to react as he was horrified. Of course, no one paid any attention to him. He was just a cripple. He was no longer the most mysterious heaven's gift. Instead, they looked at Lin Ling with grave expressions. Lin Ling had fought against two heaven's gifts at the same time. In the end, one was dead and the other was crippled. This meant that Lin Ling was probably the #1 heaven's gift in Qing state. He could even compete with the last person. At the thought of this, the various magnates found it difficult to breathe. Even the leader of the magnates felt the intense pressure. "Your Excellency Lin Ling, it was just a spar. Yet, you killed two heaven's gifts. This is weakening Qing state's combat power." At this moment, a palace maid beside the Empress Dowager said coldly. She seemed to want to speak on behalf of the Empress Dowager to punish Lin Ling. Everyone was stunned. This was because Lin Ling had fought against Heavenly Court Absolute Killer Xionghu. It was Heavenly Court Absolute Killer Xionghu who had invited him to battle. Now that he was dead, the Empress Dowager wanted to blame Lin Ling? "Yes, I killed them. So what?" Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword. He looked at the Empress Dowager indifferently and said, "I didn't expect the leader of the great Qing divine dynasty to be so shameless. The wine was invited by you. The dance was also suggested by you. Now, you are blaming me for killing them? However, I can understand your anger. The magnates don't have many experts to begin with. Now that two of them have died, this is undoubtedly a loss of wings for the magnates." Ha! At the end of his sentence, Lin Ling laughed maniacally. Hearing this, the magnate's eyes turned red with anger. Until now, there were less than 10 people in Qing state who could defeat Lin Ling. Now that two of them had died, how could they not be angry? At this rate, other than the Azure Emperor, no one would be able to defeat Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, you are talking nonsense. You are just lucky." Seeing how arrogant Lin Ling was, the palace maid looked at the Empress Dowager and hurriedly said, "Lucky? Then, you can ask your men to come out and invite me to dance again. I would like to see how many of you magnates I can kill." Chapter 2978. Someone from Crimson State. After saying that, Lin Ling walked towards the third princess. Everyone was silent. Lin Ling was the first person to threaten the Empress Dowager in front of the great Azure Divine Dynasty. The Empress Dowager's eyes were cold, but she looked at the sky and endured it. She knew that the mastermind behind the imperial court must be watching. Unless the Azure Emperor intervened, she would not be able to fight against him. Heavenly Fruit Conference, let's continue, someone said, forcing himself to remain calm. He did not want to be affected by Lin Ling's previous feat. The magnates were all smart people and they all started to laugh. Some of them started to drink, and some of them started to talk and laugh. Of course, they looked calm on the surface, but deep in their hearts, huge waves were surging. After Lin Ling returned to his seat, the third princess and the others looked at him gratefully. If it was not for Lin Ling, the imperial court would have been humiliated today. Third princess, if you want to become the Azure Emperor, sometimes you have to face difficulties alone. After Lin Ling sat down, he took a sip of wine and looked at the third princess indifferently. The third princess frowned, not understanding Lin Ling's words. You are afraid of offending the Empress Dowager and the other magnates joining hands to suppress the imperial court. But in reality, we have already fallen out. So, you have to be decisive when you need to be. Even if there is a mountain of blades and a sea of fire in front of you, you have to face the storm. Only then can you become the Azure Emperor. Since ancient times, the process of becoming the Azure Emperor has never been smooth. Sometimes, opportunities are born in danger. Lin Ling continued, and the third princess quickly bowed and said, Master, you are right. The third princess has learned her lesson. She knew that Lin Ling thought that she was too hesitant and did not let go of the shackles of the past. She still treated the Empress Dowager as an elder, causing her to worry about personal gains and losses. However, since she wanted to compete for the position of the Azure Emperor, offending the Empress Dowager was unavoidable. So, she had to be decisive. The third princess was also a rare genius. At this moment, she calmed down, and there was wisdom and sharpness in her eyes. She looked at everyone with a look of contempt. Only by treating everyone as ants would she be qualified to become the Azure the Arch. The Heavenly Fruit Conference was still bustling with noise and excitement as if nothing had happened. However, it was obvious that no one dared to offend the imperial court at this moment. As for Lin Ling, he was calmly drinking. In truth, he was checking his own cultivation. Previously, he had forcibly broken through to the third-layer martial immortal realm with the help of the mystical cave. His spirit points were also completely depleted, but the enormous amount of spirit chi allowed his 3 dantians to reach the realm of perfection. There was even a lot of spirit chi stored in his body. The spirit cave was worthy of being a precious treasure of the universe. If he used royal crystals to cultivate, it would not have such an effect. Unfortunately, spirit points were too rare. If he had another spirit point, Lin Ling was confident that he could advance again. At the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm, my world essence is extremely dense. Although it's a little impure, cleansing it is only a matter of time. With the world essence of the 3 dantians added together, I have the world essence of the 9th level of the martial immortal realm. Unless I encounter an expert with the desolate body, I have nothing to fear. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. Now that his strength had greatly increased, the feeling of having everything under his control was very comfortable. With the help of the dragon bone, my world-devouring beast talent has reached the desolate body level. My physical strength has greatly increased. Now that I have broken through, the 4th dantian can be born. Lin Ling said to himself. He glanced at the experts of the Heavenly Fruit Conference and immediately opened his 4th dantian. If it were any other time, he would not dare to be so ostentatious. However, he had already refined the divine dragon pill. What he was doing now was just adding fuel to the fire. Rumble. His dantian rumbled, as if a dragon was roaring. The 4th dantian slowly opened. Moreover, the remaining spirit chi from the mystical cave rushed to the 4th dantian. The world river turned into a sea, extremely vast. At this moment, the authoritative figures were still talking. They did not expect Lin Ling to cultivate in front of them and greatly increase his strength. Awesome! Lin Ling shouted in his heart. Because with the remaining spirit chi from the mystical cave, his 4th dantian had finally reached the 1st level of the martial immortal realm. Of course, all of this seemed simple. In fact, Lin Ling had put in a lot of effort for this moment. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. He did not say much and began to drink with his elder brother. At the same time, he quietly looked at the sky. Tian Liuli's path of revenge had begun. One of his greatest wishes in this world was to take revenge on Tian Liuli and the other two. One day, he would definitely step onto the peak of the 9 states and trample on this goddess. However, when he looked at the sky, the wind and clouds were rolling. A golden scroll, as if it covered the entire universe, carried a large number of people and rolled over. This change was immediately noticed by the Empress Dowager and the others. Their expressions changed slightly. This group of people was extremely powerful. Any one of them stood at the peak of the green state. Is the Empress Dowager here? Heavenly Prince Guangshuan is here. A majestic and domineering voice rang out like thunder. These people came uninvited and jumped down from the sky into the palace. Bang, bang, bang. They walked in through the door. Their steps were like the steps of giants, causing the green state to tremble. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan? The 3 emperors of the Crimson State? The Empress Dowager immediately frowned because this group of people was actually from the Crimson State. The Crimson State was the divine prefecture, which was much larger than the Green State. The 3 emperors of the Crimson State were the 3 strongest overlords of the Crimson State. Among them, the Crimson Emperor was as famous as the Emperor Qing. As for the other 2, they were his brothers. Unlike the Green State, the brothers were of one mind and were sincerely convinced by their elder brother. The Green State is still a bit too cold. Let's raise the temperature a bit. The leader was a middle-aged man with a fiery red belt around his waist. He wore a python robe and looked wise and mighty. With a wave of his hand, the entire palace was set on fire, causing the temperature to rise a lot. This person came to the Green State as if he was the master of the Green State. He actually felt that it was too cold, so he set fire to the palace. However, no one dared to provoke them, not even the Empress Dowager. This was because although Heavenly Prince Guangshuan was weaker than her, he had the Emperor Qing behind him. If the Emperor Qing was angry, he was not someone the Empress Dowager could fight against. Unless the Emperor Qing was here. Therefore, they all endured the arrogance of these people. The heavenly tortoise snake fruit? It's a pretty good item. Men, bring me a few. The middle-aged man swaggered and sat down. He looked at the heavenly fruits around him and then waved his hand. Emperor, please taste the heavenly fruits. The people who followed him immediately took the heavenly fruits and immortal wine and placed them on the table in front of Heavenly Prince Guangshuan. The whole process was as if no one was there. I haven't been to the Crimson State for a long time. I didn't expect you people to still be trash. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan took a bite of the heavenly fruit and spat it out as he spoke casually. Chapter 2979. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan, one of the 3 emperors of the Crimson Province. Oh, you won't even give me a word? As a martial artist, you have to be calm. If you're too impatient, you won't be able to achieve anything. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan said indifferently, seeing that you're old, I won't blame you, but you'll have to drink a cup as punishment. Drink. After saying that, he threw the wine cup in his hand at the Prime Minister. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan had already drunk half of that cup of wine. If he really wanted to punish him, he would have given him a new cup of wine. Therefore, he was also humiliating the Prime Minister. You. Drink. The Prime Minister's face suddenly turned ugly. Drink. Drink. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan squinted at the Prime Minister, causing the latter to grit his teeth and drink the cup of wine. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan ignored the Prime Minister. He looked at the crowd lazily and said, Qing Province and Crimson Province are neighbors. They're both the weakest divine prefecture in the 9 province, so we should work harder and not let the other divine prefectures look down on us. Today, we came here for a purpose. The top experts of the 2 divine prefectures will exchange pointers and pursue the great Tao together. Drink. Beside him, a young man suddenly walked out. This person was at the 6th level of the martial immortal realm. His aura was extraordinary, and his body had the great Tao's aura. Who's coming? Drink. After walking out, he looked at the crowd contemptuously. Today is the Heavenly Fruit Conference. It's supposed to be a joyous occasion. Drink. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager said with a smile. Empress Dowager, you're not strict enough with them. No wonder Qing province is so weak. It's because of you, old woman. No, Empress Dowager. Look at my mouth, I say what I think. Sorry. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan put his legs on the table and said lazily. It seemed that he was apologizing, but everyone knew that he didn't take the Empress Dowager seriously at all. Empress Dowager, let your people come. Martial artists should never give up on martial arts. Drink, he said again, making it difficult for the Empress Dowager to refuse. Me. Drink. However, before the Empress Dowager could speak, someone had already walked out from beside her. It was a woman with ordinary looks, but she had a valiant aura. She was the Empress Dowager's personal maid. 7th level of the martial immortal realm? That's 2. Is Qing province? Is there no one? You actually let your delicate girl go up on stage. This is too shameful. The young man said disdainfully. Cut the crap. Let's see who's better. That palace maid's talent wasn't weak. She had a tier 10 divine body, and her universal force had reached 90%. Her jade-like hands danced, and winter's snow sealed the sky. This time, the surrounding temperature dropped again. Break for me. Stare of glory. The youth roared as his body emitted beams of light. He was at the desolate body level. As the beams of light shot out, they melted the ice and snow. The palace maid vomited blood and was sent flying. At this moment, the entire Qingzhou was in an uproar. Thousands of warriors were looking at the sky. Is Qing province filled with a bunch of chickens and dogs? The young man's cold laughter spread across the entire Qing province. This led people to guess that other cultivators from the divine prefecture had arrived and were humiliating the top warriors of Qingzhou. How arrogant! It's said that they're from the Crimson province. Their Crimson province is stronger than the Qing province, so they've been humiliating us. Right now, all the experts of Qing province are gathered there. There must be someone who can suppress them. All the martial artists in Ring City started to talk about it. The 9 heavens of Qing province are rumored to be the strongest geniuses of Qing province. Let these geniuses come out and fight. My name is Lin Wu. The young man was in high spirits as he said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Sakura and company from the imperial court immediately revealed their fighting spirit. However, Lin Ling stopped them. With the desolate body level and a higher cultivation realm, none of you are his match. Upon hearing this, Sakura and company could only endure it. However, Lin Ling smiled. Anyway, these people are here to target the Empress Dowager and company. Let's just watch the show slowly. That's true. Meng Lu and company nodded. It looks like no one from the 9 heavens of Qing province dares to fight. When the young man saw that no one stepped forward, the pride on his face intensified. He swept his gaze and suddenly, it landed on the 76th prince. He beckoned to him. I can sense that you have the bloodline of Emperor Qing. Come and fight. At this moment, the 76th prince's expression changed drastically. Why was he so unlucky? If you don't dare to fight, then kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Then I'll spare you, the young man said again. Fight him. Seeing that the young man was so arrogant, the entire Qing province erupted into an uproar. Under the heavy pressure, the 76th prince finally walked out. This battle is mainly about learning from each other. After saying that, he unleashed all his strength and clashed with the young man. With everyone in Qing province watching, the 76th prince had no choice but to fight. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to face the others. Second brother, how long will it take for the 76th prince to lose? Sakura stared at the battle and asked curiously. He felt that the 76th prince was weaker than him. Therefore, the number of moves that the 76th prince could block would allow him to know how big the gap between him and that youth was. Beside him, Xian Linglong was also very curious. She yearned to fight the experts of 9 province. 3 moves. Lin Ling glanced and said nonchalantly, the difference is so huge. Everyone exclaimed inwardly. Boom. That was indeed the case. Within 3 moves, the 76th prince was defeated and spat out blood. Die. However, the young man named Lin Wu showed no mercy at all. He killed the 76th prince directly. This shocked everyone. After all, the 76th prince was the son of Emperor Qing. He died in front of everyone in Qing province just like that. These experts from Crimson province were too arrogant. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan, your disciple killed the son of Emperor Qing in front of everyone. Isn't this against the rules of learning from each other? The Empress Dowager's expression was ugly. It was not that she sympathized with the 76th prince, but she felt that if she did nothing when the latter died in front of her eyes, it would be difficult to convince the crowd. Hee, it's just learning from each other. There will definitely be deaths. If you want to blame someone, blame Emperor Qing's son for being too useless. To everyone's surprise, Heavenly Prince Guangshuan smiled nonchalantly. A martial artist must have a sharp spirit. If you can't beat your opponent, then death is the final price. This is also the awareness that a martial artist should have. His words were filled with schadenfreude, which made everyone gnash their teeth in anger. I'm also the son of Emperor Qing. Let me fight you. At this time, the 99th prince walked out. He was also of Emperor Qing's bloodline, so the young man mocked the son of Emperor Qing, including him. A golden sword appeared in his hand, and his emperor's qi was extremely powerful. Come on! Lin Wu's body emitted a strong fighting spirit. However, after the two of them clashed, he realized how powerful the 99th prince was. He was no match for him. The 99th prince was the leader of the giants. His strength was naturally not weak. Of course, everyone could also see that the 99th prince's most powerful move was that sword. It must be the divine sword that Emperor Qing gave him. Die. Chapter 2980. Find Senior Lin. Alright, enough is enough. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and threw out a shocking punch. Thunderclouds, fire clouds, wind clouds, ice clouds, all kinds of energy gathered on the fist, allowing it to block the 99th prince's sword. A deafening clang resounded. You blocked my extreme weapon? At the same time, the 99th prince's expression changed drastically. His weapon was a third-grade extreme weapon, the Soaring Dragon Sword. It was personally forged by the Azure Emperor and had the ability to shatter. But someone had blocked it, and the person who had appeared was actually Heavenly Prince Guangshuan. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned red with anger. That was because his disciple had killed his opponent, and he had lazily mocked him. Now that his disciple was about to die, he had stepped in to stop him. That was too despicable. Die. Lin Wu's expression was extremely ferocious. Although he had been defeated, he still punched out when he saw his master block the 99th prince's sword. Domineering divine fist. That punch had directly injured the 99th prince. That was because the 99th prince's strength was not much weaker than Heavenly Prince Guangshuan. But someone had suddenly ambushed him, causing the balance to tilt. It was like the straw that broke the camel's back. You! The 99th prince staggered backward and spat out blood. His expression was abnormally gloomy. Loser, stray dog. I'll spare your life on account of the Azure Emperor. Scram. However, Heavenly Prince Guangshuan said disdainfully. His words made the 99th prince grit his teeth and retreat in humiliation. Now that he was injured, he was clearly no match for Heavenly Prince Guangshuan. I've long heard of the Left Minister's residence. You have collected all the books in the Azure State and are well versed in martial arts. Today, I'd like to learn from you. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan looked at the Prime Minister and said, The experts from the Crimson State are trying to trample on our Azure State. That's right. Now that the Azure Emperor has stepped down, they can do whatever they want. We must send out a hero to defeat him. Seeing Heavenly Prince Guangshuan's arrogance, the entire Azure State was in an uproar. Everyone was looking forward to the Left Minister's battle. Now that the Prime Minister had embarrassed himself and the 99th Prince had been defeated, it all depended on the Left Minister. The leader of these giants, the only person who could save the Azure State's reputation. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan, 9th level of the martial immortal realm, desolate body, possesses the power of a rank. The minister of the left frowned. Seeing his hesitation, the hearts of the people present jumped. Could it be that the Lord Left Minister did not dare to fight? As expected, the Lord Left Prime Minister fell silent. Ha! Heavenly Prince Guangshuan laughed loudly, and then his lazy voice floated out again. Who else wants to come up? However, Green Province was silent. All eyes were on Heavenly Prince Guangxian. Their bodies were trembling. No one dared to fight. As expected of the Crimson Province's 3 emperors. Lin Ling smiled and asked, "The 3 emperors of the Crimson Province?" Although Heavenly Prince Guangshuan was very strong, Lin Ling did not fear him. Instead, he was very interested in Heavenly Prince Guangshuan. That was because Heavenly Prince Guangshuan had 4 dantians. When he fused his world essence, he could reach the 10th level of the martial immortal realm. Therefore, he also wanted to fight against these peak experts of the 9 provinces. Yes, other than the Crimson Emperor, there is another called Heavenly Prince Guangtai. These 3 brothers are very strong. The 3rd princess nodded and said, "It seems that the Azure State has lost face today. Of course, this is nothing. I hope that their goal is not the Heavenly Prince's mandate. Otherwise, the Azure Emperor's position will become more turbulent." Heavenly Prince Guangtai? Lin Ling immediately frowned. What a familiar name. Suddenly, he remembered what had happened in the Crimson Province not long ago. At that time, a large number of experts were fighting for the Dragon Soul. One of the young men wanted to covet Lin Ling's treasure. In the end, he was humiliated by the 9 Lanterns fish, Lu Chen. That guy seemed to be called Heavenly Prince Guangtai. Could it be that this guy in front of him came for Heavenly Prince Guangtai? While he was thinking, Guangshuan Prince picked his ear and lazily said, "What a bunch of trash. Forget it, there is no one in the Azure Province who can match me. This is something I already guessed, but there is one person I must fight. His name is Senior Lin. This Senior Lin caused a huge wave in the Crimson Province not long ago and even humiliated my 3rd brother. Now that my 3rd brother has been killed by an expert, he still has some unfinished business, so today, I came to settle it for him." His 3rd brother, Heavenly Prince Guangtai, was unlucky. Not long ago, he met an expert of the 9 provinces. That expert was like a saint and had monstrous strength. Because of Heavenly Prince Guangtai's arrogance, he was killed by that expert. When the Crimson Emperor heard the news, he wanted to take revenge. However, the saint-level expert did not go to the Crimson Province. This made the Crimson Emperor helpless. In the end, he could only fulfill the wishes of Heavenly Prince Guangtai before his death. One of the wishes was for Senior Lin. However, no one knew who Lin Ling was. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan only knew that this person was in the Azure State and dared to humiliate his 3rd brother. Presumably, his strength was not weak. That was why he called him Senior Lin. However, when Heavenly Prince Guangshuan finished speaking, everyone looked at each other. Because they really did not know who this Senior Lin was. Moreover, for Heavenly Prince Guangshuan to call him Senior Lin, this person's strength must be very strong. He should be a formidable opponent of Heavenly Prince Guangshuan. I have long heard that Senior Lin fought in the 9 provinces and was an expert of the God's era. Well, today, this junior has personally come to ask for guidance. Senior Lin does not give me face? Heavenly Prince Guangshuan looked at the Azure State and said again. The Azure State began to go into an uproar. No one thought that such a domineering person like Heavenly Prince Guangshuan would give Senior Lin such a high evaluation. One had to know that this person was not even afraid of the Empress Dowager. So he came for Senior Lin to fulfill the knot in Heavenly Prince Guangtai's heart after his death. But, who is Senior Lin? Damn it, our Azure State has obviously been implicated by Senior Lin. I hope he can come out. The entire Azure State was abuzz with discussions. Even the Empress Dowager and the others were looking forward to Senior Lin's battle to retain the last bit of dignity of the Azure State. However, still, no one stood out. An incense stick's time passed. 2 incense sticks' time passed. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan sneered, I thought that the person who dared to humiliate my 3rd brother must be a brave person. It turns out that he's just a scoundrel. The Azure State is a nest of snakes and rats. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan's voice was full of disdain, which made the experts of the Azure State smile bitterly. In their opinion, even Senior Lin was afraid of Heavenly Prince Guangshuan. However, at this moment, a soft voice finally sounded. You came from afar to find me. It seems that I have to give you face. A figure suddenly stood up under the shocked gazes of the crowd. At this moment, everyone in the palace was shocked. The entire Azure State's experts were silent. Then, a cry of surprise sounded. Linling? At this moment, everyone felt that they were dreaming. Linling, don't try to show off. The Red Jade Tiger, Lord Eighth, and the others all cried out in alarm. Chapter 2981. The Power to Control the Realm. What a joke! The Guangshuan Heavenly Prince's strength was obvious to all. The magnates were either afraid of him or were defeated by him. Linling trying to show off at this time, wasn't he courting death? If Prince Guangshuan turned his attention to the imperial court would be in trouble unless the Azure Emperor came. But even if the Azure Emperor came, would he care about the imperial court? That was impossible. Master, what are you doing? The third princess was about to cry. Even the Empress Dowager didn't dare to offend Prince Guangshuan, so she was naturally afraid. Since he's already invited me, how can I not go? Linling smiled faintly. Under countless fearful gazes, he walked out step by step. Master, he's calling Senior Lin, not you. The third princess almost rushed out to drag Linling back. In her opinion, someone who could be valued by Prince Guangshuan must be a hidden deity expert in the Azure State. He should be a white-haired old man. Obviously, this had nothing to do with Linling. Linling was one of the 9 heavens of the Azure State. He was a genius, but he wasn't at the level of a senior. Senior Lin? He thinks he's Senior Lin? The Minister of the Left and the others were also shocked. However, the cultivators of the Azure State cheered. Although they didn't believe that Linling was Senior Lin, at least Linling dared to fight for the Azure State. At this moment, Prince Guangshuan frowned and looked at Linling. He was very surprised. He said faintly, I'm looking for Senior Lin, not a useless person like you. Kid, I'll spare your life since you're young. Get lost. Obviously, Prince Guangshuan wasn't interested in a junior at the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm. I don't know who Senior Lin is, but if you're here for your brother, Prince Guangtai, then it should be me. Linling's face was calm. He didn't have any fear when facing an expert like Heavenly Prince Guangshuan. If I remember correctly, your younger brother fought with others for the Dragon Soul in the Crimson Province. In the end, the Dragon Soul was taken away by the experts of the Divine Temple. He was not a patient person, so he took a fancy to the treasures I had. However, he was humiliated by another expert in the end. At that time, he was so angry that he was speechless. He once said that he would visit you again in the future for today's humiliation. Sigh, people who practice martial arts are too impatient. They can't achieve anything great. Linling said to himself. His words made people's eyes flicker, because they didn't know what Linling was talking about. On the contrary, they thought that Linling was a lunatic. The third princess almost shouted that Prince Guangxian recognized the wrong person. You are the Senior Lin who humiliated my little brother. But at this moment, Guangshuan Heavenly Prince exclaimed because he was the only one who knew the whole process. Since Linling could say it, it meant that Linling was Linling. As soon as the words fell, Qing Province exploded. Because Guangshuan Heavenly Prince admitted it himself. And when did Linling become Senior Lin? When did he go to the Crimson Province and humiliate one of the 3 emperors of the Crimson Province, causing the latter to die with grievances? All of this struck everyone's hearts like a thunderclap. It's you, it's you, it's you. Guangshuan Heavenly Prince's face was extremely cold, and his voice was louder than the previous one. He didn't expect the person who humiliated his third brother to be so young and weak. Your little brother must have obtained a lot of treasures. His cultivation is not bad, but his foundation is not very solid. He's not strong, but he's showing off everywhere. No wonder he was killed by the Saint of the 9 Province. However, Linling spoke again. His words undoubtedly made Guangshuan Heavenly Prince even more furious. Everyone smiled bitterly, especially the people of the imperial court. They looked at each other, speechless. One had to know that although Lin Ling was very powerful, he still couldn't win against the leader of the magnates. Previously, when he fought against the two heavenly princes, that should be Lin Ling's limit. He wasn't a match for Guangshuan heavenly prince at all. In fact, the 99th prince and the others also thought so. There was only one possibility, and that was that Lin Ling had increased his strength again in this short period of time. Of course, this possibility was also impossible. The last knot in my third brother's heart will be resolved today. I will use your head as a sacrifice to my third brother. Go to hell. Guangshuan heavenly prince shouted coldly. With a wave of his right hand, a dazzling ray of light shot out. It was sparkling and resplendent, but it seemed to be able to cut through 10,000 worlds. And this was just an ordinary attack. But it wasn't something that Lin Ling could block. The gazes of everyone present turned solemn, especially Sakura and the other 9 great heavens. They were even shouting. In their opinion, Lin Ling might only be able to fight to a draw against Guangshuan heavenly prince's disciple, Lin Wu, let alone Guangshuan heavenly prince who was at the master level. Grandma Wendao, please help. The third princess looked at the sky and kept shouting in her heart. Now, she could only ask Grandma Wendao for help. Flaming coffin. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Huge flaming coffins fell from the sky, one after another, endlessly. Rumble. A deafening sound was heard. Under countless gazes, the flaming coffins fell layer by layer and broke the dazzling line of fire. How is this possible? Guangshuan heavenly prince's expression changed slightly. His previous attack was a casual one. However, he was a 9th stage martial immortal expert. Even a casual attack was not something that a 3rd stage martial immortal expert could block. You've already called me Senior Lin. Don't you plan to use your true strength? At this moment, Lin Ling said indifferently with his hands behind his back. He was also very curious about Guangshuan heavenly prince's strength. However, his opponent underestimated him too much, which made him unable to arouse any interest. As you wish. Guangshuan heavenly prince said coldly. Behind him, countless lines of fire appeared and intersected with each other. The aura of the desolate body erupted. I have the desolate body too. At the same time, Lin Ling also activated the talent of the world-devouring beast. It was as if he had the strength to pull up mountains and rivers. Your talent is not bad. Guangshuan heavenly prince's eyes flashed. He did not expect Lin Ling, a junior, to also have the desolate body. However, he sneered and raised his right hand high above his head. He combined his talent and the power of the universe to form a powerful rank power. So strong. The power of the gods. This is the power to change the world. Seeing the intersecting lines of fire in the sky, the left minister and the others exclaimed. The level of the desolate body and the power of the rank were terrifying. The difference between them and Guangshuan heavenly prince was that they did not have the desolate body. That arrogant junior is going to die today. Guangshuan heavenly prince is obviously serious. The prime minister and the 99th prince sneered and gloated. Worlds come, 100 worlds for my use. Yes. At this moment, the voice of the gods sounded again. The wind and clouds rolled in the sky. In the void of the universe, 100 worlds were moved and smashed towards Lin Ling like meteorites. Chapter 2982. You must be a descendant of a sage. Dragon bones. However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling raised his head to the sky. The dragon god's aura was roaring. It made the realm-swallowing beast even bigger. Boom, boom. One realm after another smashed down, but they were all blocked by Lin Ling. What was even more frightening was that Lin Ling's feet remained unscathed despite the 100 worlds crashing down. This meant that he had relied on his own strength to block the 100 worlds crashing down. He had not borrowed the power of Qing province at all. This guy. Everyone screamed in horror. I want to see how many realms you can block. Come, 500 realms for me to use. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan frowned. He did not believe that a guy at the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm could be so powerful. At the same time, he waved his left hand. His talent and power were extremely powerful. Through the line of fire, he was able to bind the boundaries of the myriad worlds. Through the chaos of the universe, he once again smashed down on Green Province. Such an expert could really be called a god. Likely, very few martial immortals would be able to block such a frightening attack. Only half-saints would be able to do so. You'd better move out of the 1,000 worlds. However, Lin Ling held the interface above his head and said faintly. His corporeal body had been tempered by the great ocean heart flower, the essence of the world mountain, and the dragon bones. He had long reached the power of 120 worlds. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to say anything if a mere 100 realms wanted to suppress him. Rumble. 500 worlds crashed down, but Lin Ling remained unscathed. At this moment, the fusion of his 3 dantians and his god-fiend body made him as steady as a mountain. What? This time, Guangshuan Heavenly Prince's eyes narrowed. What kind of freak was this? Then he saw Lin Ling gently sigh, which made him furious. Lin Ling's sigh seemed to be regretting that he didn't listen to his advice and insisted on losing face. 1,000 realms whirling. Heavenly Prince Guangxian was clearly serious. When the 1,000 realms whirling appeared, the sky became even scarier. Countless worlds floated in the sky, and one could even see the blank faces of the innocent people in the worlds. This also meant that the lives of countless living beings here were under the control of Heavenly Prince Guangshuan. This was the might of the 9 prefectures' experts. To the myriad worlds, they were like gods. The 1,000 realms whirlpool began to fall like a violent storm, causing the entire Qing province to turn pitch black. Every cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air. This time, could Lin Ling block it? The 99 princes and the others all had serious expressions. If Lin Ling could still withstand it, then Lin Ling was already the leader of the giants. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Because if Lin Ling was really so strong, he wouldn't have had to struggle when fighting Xiong Hu in Heavenly Court. Dragon God. As the 1,000 realms whirlpool fell, Lin Ling's expression turned solemn. He dared not fear Heavenly Prince Guangxian because he wanted to see how powerful the Dragon God Essence Pill was. The roar of a dragon could be heard. Within Lin Ling's body, the Dragon God rushed out and roared. All the dragons in Qing province trembled and flew out from every corner. They hovered in the sky and looked at the illusory Dragon God. Even the dragon ancestor knelt down at this moment. The Dragon God hovered around Lin Ling, making Lin Ling look like a dragon. Desolate body, another desolate body. Heavenly Prince Guangxian was stunned. Dragon. Moreover, it was not an ordinary dragon. All realms return. At this moment, Lin Ling roared and merged with his 4th dantian. His boundary essence had reached the 10th level of the martial immortal realm. It surged and shook Qing province. He raised his hands and a rumbling sound was heard. The 1,000 Dao realms were all blasted away and returned to the myriad worlds. Everything returned to normal. So powerful, is this still the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm? And the boundary essence that Lin Ling erupted with directly frightened Heavenly Prince Guangshuan. Senior Lin? This is the real Senior Lin. Time and space divine steel. After pushing out the 1,000 realms whirlpool, Lin Ling immediately shouted. This time, a huge black shadow appeared in the sky. Then, it pressed down like the investiture of the gods. The surging wind made Heavenly Prince Guangxian's expression change greatly. This seems to be another desolate body. I can't fight. This kid is too mysterious. He must be the descendant of a god. No wonder he dared to humiliate third brother. I'm afraid the person who killed third brother is his master. Heavenly Prince Guangxian thought quickly. Then, he turned into a streak of fire and fled into the distance. Lin Ling's mysteriousness made him very afraid. He was not a 3rd level of the martial immortal realm at all. He must be hiding something. In the end, the space-time divine steel did not suppress Heavenly Prince Guangxian. However, Heavenly Prince Guangxian's escape stunned all the cultivators in Qing province. Previously, Heavenly Prince Guangxian had used the 1,000 Realms whirlpool to suppress Lin Ling. However, when it was Lin Ling's turn to attack, Heavenly Prince Guangxian did not dare to take his attack and directly fled. This change was beyond imagination. At this moment, Heavenly Prince Guangxian had fled far away. He looked back and saw the huge black ancient steel falling to the ground. His expression became more serious. Fortunately, he managed to escape. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's hand was already touching the sword behind him. The energy in his body was continuously being absorbed. After the birth of the fourth Dantian, he wanted to see how powerful the sword would be after absorbing all his essence, energy, and spirit. So powerful! Lin Ling was shocked even before the sword was drawn. He felt that the sword in his hand was heavier than the Thousand Realms whirlpool. There was a mysterious power erupting. Sword, come out. He could not hold back anymore. He had to draw his sword. The moment the sword flashed, the headless old man mysteriously appeared. He floated in the sky with his long hair fluttering in the wind. He looked like a lonely person seeking defeat. A desolate aura suppressed the Azure province. At this moment, the swords of all the sword cultivators in the Azure province were broken. In the 10,000 worlds, the swords of all the sword cultivators near the Azure province were broken. Clang. A crisp sound was heard almost at the same time. Before the sound had died down, a sword came from the west. Stunning and dazzling. In the distant sky, a stream of blood bloomed like a flower as if it was cut by something. Then, a figure stopped running and stood in the sky in a daze. He was Guangshuan, son of heaven. A sword was slashing toward him. When he reacted, he knew it was too late. That sword contained a power that even he couldn't see through. There was realm essence, physical strength, and even soul force. These three types of power that shouldn't have fused together actually fused together into a single sword, forming a power that only a god could possess. Senior Lin, what sword is that? He stared at the palace in the distance and then at the blue-robed young man. Senior Lin. This time, he finally admitted that the other party was his senior. I don't know either. In the palace, Lin Ling shook his head. He was telling the truth. He really did not know the origin of the scabbard. You have too many secrets. You must be a descendant of a saint. Heavenly Prince Guangshuan spat out these words with great difficulty as his body fell from the sky. He seemed to be completely fine, but in reality his soul, dantian, and body had all been severed. Chapter 2983. Light up Qingzhou. Silence. A deathly silence. Qingzhou was incomparably silent. Lin Ling had killed Guangshuan, son of heaven. He was an opponent that even the Prime Minister and the 99 Crown Princes could not defeat. This meant that Lin Ling was stronger than the leaders of the major powers. The Prime Minister and the Left Prime Minister fell from their seats. Their faces were trembling. They even slapped themselves hard, afraid that they were dreaming. Lin Ling had barely defeated two heaven's gifts not long ago. However, Lin Ling had defeated Guangshuan, son of heaven, in such a short time. Could it be that this guy had been hiding his strength all this time? Senior Lin, master, it's really Senior Lin. The third princess's heart was also in a state of shock. His Excellency Lin Ling was indeed extraordinary. What about you guys? Do you still want to fight? At this moment, Lin Ling's long robe was fluttering like the clouds in the sky. It was difficult to see through him. He looked at the experts of Crimson State and said indifferently, Senior Lin, please spare our lives. Those people all knelt down. In their hearts, Lin Ling was the mysterious Senior Lin. He was the descendant of a sage and was not someone they could provoke. If they knew that Lin Ling might not even be able to defeat Lin Wu not long ago, what would they think now? Senior Lin, from now on, you are the leader of Qingzhou. Lin Wu kowtowed and said. He did not know Lin Ling's identity and thought that Lin Ling had always been the strongest ancient martial artist in Qingzhou. He even thought that although Lin Ling looked young, he was actually a god ancient martial artist from the ancient times. He was even qualified to be his grandfather's grandfather. Now, he knew that Lin Ling was in Qingzhou. Unless the Scarlet Emperor came, Qingzhou would not dare to cross the line. You guys can go now. Lin Ling said indifferently. Thank you, Senior, thank you. Lin Wu and the others quickly bowed and fled into the distance. As for the Qingzhou martial artists, they were all shocked. From now on, you are the leader of Qingzhou? This sentence shocked them. Roars could be heard one after another. The 3 great academies of Qingzhou, the various cities, the 6 armies, and other ancient factions were all excited. In Qingzhou, Lin Ling reigned supreme. They were convinced. Inside the palace, the magnates were all silent, but they all looked dispirited. Today, the imperial court's reputation had greatly increased. As long as Lin Ling was here, the people of Qingzhou would definitely think that the 3rd princess had the highest chance of becoming the Azure Emperor. Lin Ling, you killed Heavenly Prince Guangshuan. After a moment of silence, the Empress Dowager suddenly spoke. Lin Ling glanced at her with murderous intent in his eyes, but he also knew that he could only fight to a draw with the Empress Dowager. Moreover, he was not in his best condition after using his strongest attack, so it was not suitable for him to fight again. Shaking his head, Lin Ling ignored the Empress Dowager and walked back. Lin Ling, the Empress Dowager is asking you a question. A palace maid frowned and said. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He had humiliated and ignored the Empress Dowager time and time again. What dignity did the Empress Dowager have left? At this moment, the people around were all silent. They did not dare to help the Empress Dowager because they were very afraid of Lin Ling. As for the Qingzhou martial artists, they were also silent, but their hearts were on Lin Ling's side. I dare to kill those you don't dare to. Finally, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. He glanced at the Empress Dowager and said, Lin Ling. After these words were spoken, Qing province finally erupted into cheers that soared into the sky. I dare to kill those you don't dare to. How domineering this sentence was. When the Crimson Prefecture experts arrived, the Empress Dowager could only smile. When Heavenly Prince Guangshuan humiliated the Qingzhou martial artists, the Empress Dowager could only remain silent. However, Lin Ling had come out. He dared to. Lin Ling. Yes. Even the other martial artists in the palace shouted out Lin Ling's name. Although they were enemies, they did not have the Heavenly Prince's order and could not become Emperor Qing. Therefore, they were united against external enemies. And Lin Ling was the first to stand out. The cheers that soared into the sky were like a war song that danced in the air in Qingzhou, like the boiling of war drums. The Empress Dowager's face was incomparably ugly, and her body was constantly trembling. Now, she wanted to kill Lin Ling, but she was afraid that it would be difficult to do so. The Heavenly Fruit Conference is over. Yes. She coldly snorted and strode away. The Heavenly Fruit Conference is over. Yes. After Lin Ling returned to his seat, he smiled faintly. This time, after defeating Heavenly Prince Guangshuan, he was more familiar with his strength. Master, you are so powerful. You promised to guide me in my cultivation. Yes. The 3rd princess looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Now, she had 200% confidence in Lin Ling. The path of martial arts was vast and complicated. Any martial arts could reach the peak. However, if there was a powerful master to guide you, you would undoubtedly be able to avoid detours and stimulate all your potential. And Lin Ling was undoubtedly that powerful master. Because, how could an ordinary martial artist defeat a martial immortal at the 3rd level of the martial immortal realm? Your Excellency Lin Ling, please guide the 3rd princess. Yes. The old woman beside the 3rd princess also saluted Lin Ling. In the past, she felt that Lin Ling was too young, so she did not believe in Lin Ling. But now, what else could she not believe? Lin Ling's martial arts was different from ordinary people, but his power was obvious to all. Okay, I will guide you before I leave Qingzhou. Yes. Lin Ling took a sip of wine and smiled faintly. Master, you are leaving? Yes. Hearing that, the 3rd princess's expression changed. Lin Ling nodded and looked into the distance. Yes, it's time to go. Chio can't keep me here, and I have my own mission. Hearing that, the 3rd princess's expression dimmed. Although she already knew that Lin Ling would leave, she was still reluctant at this moment. Sakura and the others had already guessed it. Because in the 8 Gods' heavenly palace, Lin Ling had once said that he was not interested in the position of the Azure Emperor. At that time, They knew that the small temple in Qingzhou could not keep Lin Ling. Let's go back first. Let's go. Lin Ling glanced at the palace and found that everyone had left. Then he smiled and said, "The people of the imperial court all left with Lin Ling." The whole process was joyous. They also knew that after this, the third princess had the highest chance of becoming the Azure Emperor, because the other magnates could not stop Lin Ling. Moreover, there was a mastermind behind the imperial court, and it was Grandma Wendao. She was the leader of the two magnates, and the position of the emperor was within reach. As for the other three magnates, they were both shocked and afraid. They were shocked by Lin Ling's speed of growth, and afraid that Lin Ling would seek revenge later. Especially the imperial court and the left minister's residence, they had obviously lost the chance to compete for the position of the emperor. On the other hand, the army of Blue Flames still had a chance. I must report this to the Azure Emperor. The Prime Minister looked at the rolling clouds in the sky and mumbled to himself. After saying that, he laughed bitterly. In the past, he had mentioned Lin Ling to the Azure Emperor, but the Azure Emperor had replied that this man was extraordinary. However, the Prime Minister's reply was that this was all. Chapter 2984. The Azure Emperor had arrived. Under the dazzling light, the third princess had obtained absolute protection and safely walked towards the Emperor horoscope. Qing province had clearly been changed by Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling had followed the third princess to where the imperial court was and began to guide the third princess in her cultivation. The third princess had also given all the treasures of the imperial court to Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had rejected them with a smile. It was not that he did not want them, but that the treasures were not enough for his 4 dantians to cultivate. The more dantians he had, the stronger he could fight against those of a higher level. However, the cultivation resources he needed were also more. At the same time, Lin Ling had also brought Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others over. In the imperial court, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were clearly safer. Of course, Lin Ling had also forged a barrier jade token that could allow Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others to reach the Flame World Fragment. He had also warned them not to tell anyone about this token. If anything happened, they were to leave through the barrier immediately. Qing province gradually quieted down. Autumn and winter had passed and spring had arrived. Flowers bloomed. On the ancient mountain peak, Lin Ling and Indra were talking. However, not long after, Lin Ling suddenly stopped talking and looked deeply at the sky. Under the clear sky, Lin Ling's soul power felt something wrong. "You have actually come. Why don't you come out to meet people?" After thinking for a moment, Lin Ling slowly spoke. His words surprised Indra and the others because they had not sensed anyone in the sky. However, in the next moment, a calm and low voice suddenly sounded. "You are Lin Ling. You are indeed powerful." "Yes." In the sky, a middle-aged man wearing an azure dragon robe walked down with a smile. What was surprising was that this person's strength looked extremely ordinary. If he had not walked down from the sky, people would have thought he was a mortal. "Who are you?" "Yes." Indra and Meng Lu both frowned. However, the third princess' expression changed drastically. Before she could speak, Lin Ling had already spoken. "He is the former Azure Emperor." "Yes." As soon as these words fell, Sakura and the others were greatly shocked. Azure Emperor? The former God Emperor of Qing Province? Below the ancient mountain, the expressions of the imperial dynasty's people changed. They were planning to charge up the mountain. "Don't come up." However, Lin Ling stopped them. He smiled faintly and said, "Prepare some good tea for the former Qing Emperor." "Yes, Your Excellency Lin Ling." The experts on the mountain all listened to Lin Ling's words. Even Lord 8 Luo Riyao and the others waited quietly at the foot of the mountain. However, their expressions were extremely solemn. They were also waiting for Lin Ling to say something. As long as Lin Ling said something, they would definitely join hands to stop the Azure the Arch. They would not even frown. Emperor Qing, the hero of Qingzhou. Although he used to be someone they looked up to, now that the Qingzhou divine bell had rung, Emperor Qing was no longer Emperor Qing. The Emperor Qing in their hearts had become the third princess. Lin Ling, It seems like you have the final say in the imperial court. The middle-aged man smiled and sat down. That's right, I have the final say. Lin Ling also sat down. At the same time, he asked the third princess to sit beside him. He could see that the third princess was very nervous. However, this was normal. As the Azure Thearcha's daughter, the third princess should know how powerful the Azure the Arch was. Moreover, the Azure the Arch was the third princess' lifelong enemy. Shuang, you've grown up. The imperial court has been run by you and Qingzhou is proud of you. You are now the Azure Thearcha's most promising successor. However, you're still young. Be careful that you don't become a puppet. The Azure the Arch took a sip of the tea on the table and muttered to himself. From his appearance, he did not look like an expert who ruled over millions of lives. Instead, he looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. The only difference was that he had been through a lot. Father is right. However, Shuang will not become a puppet. The third princess glanced at Lin Ling. Her nervous heart had somehow calmed down, and she replied calmly. That's true. However, Father saw that the one who summoned the imperial court was not you. The Azure the Arch smiled. His words seemed calm, but they were like a sword in the wind, killing without leaving a trace. His Excellency Lin Ling's ambition is not in Qingzhou, so I believe in him. The third princess knew that the Azure the Arch was trying to sow discord, so she did not fall for it. Very good. Don't use people you don't trust. In this aspect, you are better than the other princes. However, Father will give you a piece of advice. I wonder if Shuang will listen? The Azure the Arch put down his teacup and his expression became serious. There's no need. The third princess will not hand over the Emperor's mandate. Azure the Arch, you have already stepped down. Do you want to break the rules left behind by the gods? However, at this moment, Lin Ling spoke with a faint smile. He had vaguely guessed the Azure Thearcha's intention, so he rejected the Azure Thearcha's offer. It seemed that the Azure the Arch wanted the Emperor's mandate from the third princess. The Azure Thearcha's eyes flickered as he looked at Lin Ling. Apparently, he was surprised by Lin Ling's wisdom. He smiled and said, although I have stepped down, there is no new Azure the Arch in Qingzhou. Therefore, I still have a chance to become the Azure the Arch. Qingzhou is my people, and I have an obligation to protect it. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and did not say anything. He just drank his tea calmly. In fact, Lin Ling had already figured out the Azure Thearcha's plan over the years. No matter how the four magnates fought, the Azure the Arch had never shown himself. It turned out that he wanted the strongest emperor's mandate to be born among the magnates, and then he would take it for himself. And now, he had his eyes on the third princess. The Azure the Arch was very cunning. He was unwilling to let go of the ancient power in the Azure the Arch Imperial Jade Seal. Azure the Arch, you said that Qingzhou is your people, and you have an obligation to protect it? Suddenly, Lin Ling put down his teacup and smiled. That's right. The Azure the Arch did not know why Lin Ling said that. Then, when the three emperors of Crimson State arrived, where was the Azure the Arch? However, Lin Ling's next sentence made the Azure the Arch speechless. As expected of His Excellency Lin Ling. At the foot of the mountain, the people of the imperial court also laughed excitedly. The Azure the Arch wanted to use the emperor's prestige to force the third princess to hand over the emperor's mandate. However, Lin Ling's words trampled the Azure the Arch under his feet and questioned the Azure Thearcha's qualifications. The Azure the Arch could not refute that. As expected, the Azure Thearcha's face darkened. He did not say anything else and slowly drank his tea. No one knew what he was thinking. Finally, he said softly, "What if I insist on it?" After this sentence, all the calm clouds and breezes were shattered. It was as if a storm was about to descend. In the entire Qingzhou, countless people felt that it was difficult to breathe, as if the sky was falling on them. The leaders of the magnates, the Empress Dowager, and other experts all looked at the imperial court. The Azure the Arch went to the third princess. Has the Azure the Arch finally made his move? As expected, he did not want to give up the Azure Thearcha's position. The third princess is in trouble. The person behind the imperial court asked. Grandma, she should be coming out soon. The four magnates thought to themselves. The Qing continent's great storm was about to erupt. Chapter 2985. Grandma Wen Dao has appeared. Protect the third princess. Yes. Below the ancient mountain, the cultivators' expressions drastically changed. They were all planning to rush up the mountain to protect the third princess. Sakura and the others also unleashed their terrifying auras as if they were facing a great enemy. The third princess looked at Lin Ling without saying anything. She didn't know what to do with the Azure Emperor's presence, so she could only look at Lin Ling and let Lin Ling make the decision. Lin Ling was still drinking tea with a calm expression. After 3 sips, he finally put down the teacup. If the Azure Emperor insists, then the imperial court will fight with the sword. Yes. When the teacup fell down, a sharp aura shot out to fight against the Azure Emperor. Qing's state was shaken. No one expected Lin Ling to represent the imperial court and make such a decision. One had to know that he was facing the Azure Emperor, the strongest divine emperor in Qing's state, the one who carried the heaven's will of the 9 states, the one who controlled the ancient power. Lin Ling is crazy. Good, let the Azure Emperor destroy the imperial court. The Azure Emperor's anger will turn Qing's state upside down. However, who would have thought that the Azure Emperor still wouldn't give up the Azure Emperor's imperial jade seal? As expected of a cunning old fox, the second imperial court wants to be the first to eat crabs, but it has been targeted by the Azure Emperor. The magnates were shocked and helpless at the same time. So they were all pawns. No wonder the Azure Emperor sent out the message of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Everything was for them to seize the heaven's will of the Son of Heaven so that he could reap the benefits. If the imperial court wanted to become the first light of the great Azure divine dynasty, they must step over the Azure Emperor. Moreover, the true flag of the imperial court, Lin Ling, must face the Azure Emperor's monstrous wave head-on. Master. At this moment, the third princess was also shocked by Lin Ling's choice. Fighting against the Azure Emperor was definitely disadvantageous for the imperial court and would even benefit the other magnates. However, Lin Ling still chose to fight with the sword and refused to compromise. She knew that this result would be very tragic, but she recalled what Lin Ling had said to her. Since ancient times, the process of being crowned emperor had never been smooth sailing. Sometimes, opportunities were born in the midst of danger. Thinking of this, she stood up straight. Her white robes fluttered like a fairy as she looked down at the Lotus the Arch. Under Lin Ling's command, everyone pointed their swords at the strongest emperor god in Green State. At this moment, the Lotus Emperor's expression was very calm as he looked at everyone with his deep eyes. Finally, his gaze landed on Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you come from the insignificant North Territory and practice martial arts at the Resplendent Academy. However, I never expected that the person who would ultimately decide the Azure Prefecture God Emperor would be such a nameless person. He had obviously investigated everything about Lin Ling and was surprised by the changes brought about by Lin Ling. And his words also gave Lin Ling a very high evaluation. It's just the Azure Prefecture God Emperor. It's not a big deal. However, Lin Ling also spoke. His words made the Lotus the Arch frown. This was because Lin Ling didn't care about his evaluation. He even felt that something as big as affecting the entire Green State was child's play to him. Such a person and such words made the Lotus the Arch feel that he wasn't a rising star at all. Instead, he was more like a saint of the 9 states. Alright, then let me ask you. Will I fail today? The Lotus the Arch smiled and spoke again. With me here you can't win. Lin Ling also replied. In fact, he wasn't confident in his heart. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bow, and he had to release it. If he didn't cross this final hurdle, he, Lin Ling, wouldn't be able to leave Green State in peace. At this point, there was no need to waste any more words. Hence, Lin Ling drew his sword. His 4 dantians merged and erupted with all his strength. The headless elder appeared behind him. Wisps of black demonic aura lingered on the tyrannical song sword, causing the entire sword to turn pitch black. This sword was like a demon's sorrow. Sword of the gods. The Lotus the Arch stared at Lin Ling's sword and finally stood up. He took a step forward. Although it seemed slow, he had already appeared in front of Lin Ling. A palm, which contained the divine power of the entire Green State, slammed toward Lin Ling's sword with overwhelming force. The Lotus the Arch has made his move. Lin Ling is dead meat. Seeing this, a roar came from Green State. Was the strongest battle in Green State about to take place? Everyone seemed to see a young man in a blue robe holding a sword in the temple. It was as if he was going to cut down the oldest divine emperor of Green State. However, would he succeed? Rumble. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. He slashed out with his sword. The black sword was sparkling and dazzling. Bang! In front of him, a palm struck. It stirred up the power of the universe and blocked the sword. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. After he obtained this mysterious scabbard, he could fuse all the power of his essence, chi, and spirit. His sword was extremely powerful, but it was the first time it was blocked by someone. The Sage-to-be realm. The Lotus the Arch was definitely an expert of the Sage-to-be realm. The two of them clashed. The scene was extremely shocking and unforgettable. With the two of them as the center, terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Other than the third princess, no one could resist it. Lin Ling, I don't like the saying that you are the most respected person in Qing province. The Lotus the Arch said indifferently as he pressed his palm on Lin Ling's sword. It was the first time he had used the title of I. Lin Ling did not say anything. He mobilized all his realm essence and continued to block the Lotus the Arch's attack. However, the sword was gradually bending. With Lin Ling's current strength, he was no match for the Lotus the Arch. In fact, he was the first rising star who could fight against the Lotus the Arch as a Stage 3 martial immortal. In Green State, Lin Ling is the real man. Everyone in the Qing province had noticed this as well, and they were all lamenting about it. However, the leaders of the major forces sneered. They knew that Lin Ling could not stop the Lotus the Arch. Long time no see, Lotus the Arch. However, at this moment, an ancient voice suddenly sounded. In the sky, colorful ribbons floated over and hung in the air. It was extremely dazzling. Those ribbons were mixed with the melody of the Great Tao and they wrapped around the Lotus the Arch. You're finally willing to come out. The Lotus the Arch raised his head and revealed an ambitious smile. As if he was not surprised, he gave up on Lin Ling and charged into the sky. Rumble. A shocking battle broke out in the sky. This was the clash between the monarch horoscope and the Great Tao. It was also one of the most intense battles in Green State in many years. That should be Grandma Wen Dao of the imperial court. The Empress Dowager appeared on Mount Qingtai and looked into the distance. Since the Lotus the Arch was here, the mastermind of the imperial court would definitely fight. Grandma Wen Dao was so powerful that even the Empress Dowager felt inferior. Only the Lotus the Arch could suppress her in Green State. Grandma Wen Dao is definitely not the Lotus the Arch's match. She has been avoiding the Lotus the Arch. Now that she has appeared, it's time for her to end her grudge with the Lotus the Arch. Grandma Wen Dao will be defeated in the end. That's right. After she dies, the imperial court will no longer have a mastermind. With Lin Ling's strength, it's even more impossible for him to stop the Lotus the Arch. The major forces were also discussing spiritedly. They could not help but admit that it was a blessing for them to be able to witness the most powerful battle in Green State. As for the great battle in the sky, the power unleashed was extremely powerful. The Green Province was destroyed, and countless people were watching from afar. Chapter 2986. Ancient Power. As for Lin Ling and the others, they were also watching the battle. Grandma Wen Dao can win, right? Sakura was extremely worried, but Lin Ling shook his head. The Azure Emperor is not simple. His words made the third princess and the others sad. In fact, they had already guessed it, because if Grandma Wen Dao could suppress the Azure Emperor, she wouldn't have been hiding. Grandma Wen Dao, you're finally back. You hid in the north and I found you so easily. Azure Emperor, you've been waiting for this day for so many years. Your goal isn't the Emperor's mandate, but the treasure in my hand. No, I don't just want the treasure in your hand, I want the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal. Azure Emperor, you won't get what you want. You're the strongest in the Imperial Court, the rest are ants. If you die, who in the imperial court can stop me? Who in Qingzhou can stop me? The two of them continued to clash, but Grandma Wendao's ribbon was broken, and her aura gradually weakened. She really couldn't stop the Azure Emperor. On the other hand, the Azure the Arch became more and more ferocious. He was like a fiend god, an ancient god, stirring up a storm of blood. His palm grabbed out, as if he controlled the world, intimidating the ancient times. Even the fate of the 8 barren lands of the Azure State seemed to be suppressed by him. That terrifying hand grabbed towards Grandma Wendao. Grandma Wendao is finally dead. Looking at the hand that controlled Qingzhou, the giants of Qingzhou all spoke one after another. No one could stop the Azure Emperor. This was indeed a principle that hadn't changed since ancient times. In Qingzhou, the Azure Emperor was the king. Grandma Wendao. Master! The third princess, Sakura, and the others shouted. After seeing the Azure Emperor's strength, they knew who they were going against. Grandma Wendao isn't the only one in the imperial court. But at this moment, a sword light pierced through the sky. When the Azure Emperor attacked Grandma Wendao, the sword slashed down fiercely. The fate of Qingzhou was cut in half by the sword. Before the sword arrived, the sky was split into two. This sword was very powerful. Even the Azure Thearcha's expression changed slightly. He had to dodge this attack. He had no choice but to give up on Grandma Wen and disappear. However, a strand of his long hair was still cut off. At the same time, the sword passed by where the Azure Emperor stood, and a blue-robed figure appeared. Linling, it's Linling. He actually helped the Azure Emperor avoid that sword strike. Mr. Linling of Qingzhou, you really deserve this title. Everyone in Qingzhou was shocked. Their jaws dropped. They did not expect that when Grandma Wendao was in danger, the person who saved her was actually Linling. This also meant that Qingzhou was not the same as Grandma Wendao. Linling was also not to be underestimated. At this moment, the Qing Emperor stood in the distance with an extremely ugly expression on his face. He had not expected Linling to be able to unleash an even more terrifying sword attack than before. Little Li. Grandma Wendao panted heavily and looked at Linling excitedly. It was as if she saw a junior standing tall and protecting her. The little guy from the sacred land of the rainforest had grown up today. However, Linling nodded at Grandma Wendao. His expression was still serious because the previous sword attack had absorbed all of his energy. This was the final sword attack. The situation was obviously going to become troublesome. After the Azure Emperor recovered from his anger, he stared at the blue-robed young man. He realized that the blue-robed young man was standing with the sword in his hand. The wind blew at his robe, but he did not retreat at all. He knew that he had underestimated Linling. When Linling said that he would fight with the sword, he should have known that Linling would not retreat until death. I was wrong. There are two people in the imperial court that I am afraid of. One is Grandma Wendao, and the other is you, Linling. Correct. The Azure Emperor corrected his previous opinion, but he also treated Linling and Grandma Wendao seriously. You have never seen the power of the ancient times, right? I will show you now. Boom! He wrapped his arms around the sky, causing it to rumble. His eyes were cold, as if he was communicating with an ancient god. Gradually, a dazzling golden light appeared in the sky, and a huge golden palace pressed down. This palace had a huge golden dragon coiling around it, and it was majestic and awe-inspiring, shocking the past and dazzling the present. The power of the ancient times. Boom! Linling and Grandma Wendao said at the same time. This was the power of the Azure Emperor's imperial jade seal. It came from the ancient gods. According to legend, as long as one controlled the ancient power, they could borrow the power of the gods in the Qingzhou region to suppress anyone who disobeyed them. This was also why there were so many experts in the 9 prefectures, but no one dared to seize the Azure Emperor's position. Because even a half-sage expert was not qualified. The Azure Emperor is indeed cunning. He has clearly fallen, but he is hiding the power of the ancient times. Grandma Wendao stared at the golden palace in the sky and said seriously, I have a treasure that can restrain the Azure Emperor's imperial jade seal. It was left by the gods, but he broke it, allowing him to use the power of the ancient times for a short period of time. Grandma Wendao, is this why the Azure Emperor has been looking for you? Lin Ling suddenly guessed something. Grandma Wendao immediately nodded. If he obtains the treasure in my hands, then he can have the Azure Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal forever. This is against the rules left by the gods. That's right. So what if you know? Today, I must get the Qingzhou Jade Annulus. At this moment, the Azure Emperor laughed wildly. He looked at Grandma Wendao and Lin Ling with contempt. Before you die, what else do you want to say? At this moment, he looked down on the common people with a mocking attitude. Countless people in the Qingzhou region were trembling in fear. The Azure Emperor was too terrifying. Before you die, what else do you want to say? The Azure Emperor repeated his previous words. It was obvious that he wanted Lin Ling and Grandma Wendao to taste the pain and regret it for the rest of their lives. The golden palace in the sky slowly pressed down and locked onto Lin Ling and Grandma Wendao. They felt that they could not escape. Even Lin Ling's expression was very serious. Although Li Xiaoyao was powerful in his previous life, he had not entered the era of the gods. Seeing that Lin Ling and Grandma Wendao were silent, the Azure Emperor laughed louder and louder. Ancient power? Hee, I've been waiting for a long time. Let me see how powerful it is. However, at this moment, an excited voice suddenly rang out, causing the Qingzhou region to fall silent. Everyone's eyes flickered because someone seemed to be curious about how powerful the ancient power was. That person must be crazy. Just when everyone thought that Lin Ling and Grandma Wendao were definitely going to die, a terrifying atmosphere suddenly appeared. A huge fist blasted towards the golden palace in the sky, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. When the ancient power pressed down, the people from the imperial court had wanted to get closer. Unfortunately, they could not withstand the heavenly might. It was difficult for them to even take a step forward, let alone get closer. But now, someone had actually charged out of the ancient energy and clashed with it. Rumble. Everyone saw that person using his fist to collide with the ancient power. Crazy. A complete lunatic. You overestimate yourself. Chapter 2987. He was here to recruit a disciple. That was indeed the case. The person was suppressed by the Golden Palace and was in a sorry state. However, just as the Lotus Emperor thought that the person would retreat, the person roared, "Interesting, very interesting. So this is the ancient power." Unfortunately, the ancient power in Qingzhou isn't very strong. Not very strong? Everyone was stunned. Rumble. Then, they watched as the lunatic charged towards the Golden Palace again. What followed was a thunderous roar. His fists continued to smash the Golden Palace. Moreover, just when everyone thought that the lunatic would die, the lunatic would exceed their expectations and fight even more fiercely. The Golden Palace is floating in the air. Some people were so scared that their faces turned pale. That was because the ancient power that had been suppressed was floating towards the sky. What's going on? The Lotus Emperor was dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen such a perverted and stubborn person. It's so hard. It's even harder than Dragon God Fusu. I don't believe that I can't take it down. I've already recovered my strength with the help of the dragon bones. Even if it's Dragon God Fusu, I'll still treat it like a worm. It's just a broken golden palace. I won't leave until I destroy it. Come on, let's see who's harder. The domineering voice continued. Finally, with a loud roar, the golden palace was overturned. Although it wasn't destroyed, the Lotus Emperor had lost control. The Lotus Emperor's expression instantly changed. He was like a duck that had been grabbed by the neck. The Qingzhou martial artist's jaws dropped to the ground. That was because a mysterious person had suddenly appeared and started fighting with the Golden Palace. How could there be such a person in this world? The overturned Golden Palace was floating in the sky. Then, a skinny figure walked down from the sky. As he walked, he spat out saliva. I have to say, this thing is really scary. Even his slightly shocked voice could be heard. Although he looked miserable, no one dared to laugh at him. That was because they couldn't laugh at someone who could send the ancient power flying. That person stood in the sky and ignored the people of Qing province. His eyes were searching for something in the surroundings. He was an old man in his 50s. He wore a gray robe and had white hair. He gave off the feeling of an immortal. Senior, you are really in a good mood. In order to experience how strong the primordial power is, you actually sent it flying. I am impressed. The Arch finally realized that this person's strength was at the sage realm. The saints of the 9 prefectures were not people he could afford to offend. Senior, may I ask who you are? I'm the ruler of the Green Prefecture, and I'd like to play host and entertain you. The Azure Emperor said again, and his tone became more polite. Treat my ass. I don't have time to deal with you. I'm here to look for my disciple. The old man looked at Emperor Qing with disdain and said indifferently, recruiting disciples? I am willing to serve you. There is no one in the Qing province that I don't know. I wonder who Senior wants to recruit as a disciple? The Lotus Emperor's expression changed slightly when he heard this, and he continued to smile. That expert's attitude was very arrogant, but he had the right to be arrogant. When they heard that the old man was recruiting disciples, the entire Qing province started to tremble. Some geniuses and experts were eager to make a move. They hoped that this mysterious expert would take a fancy to them. It was said that the saints of the 9 prefectures only needed to listen to his preaching to turn an ordinary person into a supreme martial artist. Who wouldn't be moved by such an opportunity? I hope he will take a fancy to me. Perhaps this senior is here for me. It wasn't just the 99 crown princes. Even the old left minister and the others were moved. They even floated in the air, as if they were afraid that the senior would miss them. This person is at the sage realm. He is an extremely rare expert in the 9 prefectures. Granny Wendao's eyes kept sparkling, and there was a hint of respect in her eyes. Her words caused Lin Ling, who was beside her, to smile bitterly because he could tell that the old man was Xing Xiu Yun from the spirit province that he had seen in the Awakening Dragon Palace. He didn't expect Xing Shiyun to be so powerful. One had to know that when Xing Shiyun joined forces with him to fight against the Awakening Dragon God, Xing Shiyun was in an extremely sorry state. However, Lin Ling thought about it and understood. At that time, Xing Shiyun seemed to have been seriously injured and didn't use his full strength. Now, he should have recovered all his strength. Since he was recruiting disciples, was there anyone in Qing province that he took a fancy to? Old man, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Thinking of this, Lin Ling said faintly. Old man. The moment he said that, the entire Qing province was shocked. That senior's strength was obvious to all, but Lin Ling actually called him an old man? Lin Ling, how dare you? That's a senior. Hurry up and kneel down and admit your mistake. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. The 99th prince and the others shouted angrily. They reprimanded Lin Ling and also wanted to attract the old man's attention. Even the Azure Emperor frowned. Lin Ling's life had been saved by that senior. Not only was this fellow not grateful, but he actually called that senior an old man. It should be known that all strong cultivators had their own pride. If they were humiliated by others, it was possible that they would destroy the entire Azure state. Little Li, don't talk nonsense. He's the one who saved us. Grandma Wendao was shocked and hurriedly said worriedly. What's the big deal? It's not like this old man hasn't been saved before. If it weren't for someone, he would have died in the tomb. There's nothing to be arrogant about. To everyone's surprise, Lin Ling said disdainfully. What he said was the truth. If it weren't for Lin Ling's appearance, Xing Xiun would have died at the hands of the Awakening Dragon God. You're rebelling. Oh my God. When those words were said, Qing province was thrown into chaos again. Everyone was afraid that the mysterious old man would go crazy and destroy Qing province. At that moment, Xing Xiun smiled. He had already seen Lin Ling, so he nodded and said, "No one is allowed to call me old man. That's an insult to the senior." As expected, the senior is furious. Many people's expressions changed drastically. They could guess what was going to happen next. However, the old man's next words caused Qing Zhou to become silent. But only you have the right to do so. Only Lin Ling had the right to do so? They didn't know that Xing Shiyun had saved Lin Ling's life today. But in the past, Lin Ling had also saved Xing Shiyun's life. Hence, they had paid each other back. I'm here for you today. Lin Ling, do you want to be my disciple? Xing Shiyun spoke again with a serious expression. Without a doubt, those words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. What? You specially came to Qing province to look for me? Even Lin Ling was shocked. He didn't expect the old man to recruit him. That's right. Are you willing? Yes. Xing Shiyun smiled and nodded. Seeing that, everyone was envious. To be able to become the disciple of a saint was like stepping into the clouds and dominating the 9 states. Why is this happening? Yes. The expressions of the 99th prince and the others were extremely ugly. Previously, they had constantly showcased their abilities to attract the senior's attention. However, the senior didn't even look at them. He didn't even look at them. On the other hand, Lin Ling had scolded the senior, but the senior had recruited him as a disciple. The difference in treatment was too great. Was the senior a masochist? The more he was scolded, the more he liked it?